But you heard the fire alarm, so if you hear that go off, it will be the real thing. And we go out of the fire exits, one each side, down the stairs, and we congregate in the car park, the council car park, and obviously don't come back in till we're told it's safe to do so. Everybody all right with stairs? Yes. Right, thank you very much. Okay, mobile phones, please make sure you switch those to silent so they don't go off in inquiry. Just want to go over a few outstanding documents, just so we sort of have them in mind. So, yeah, okay, so the new plans, we're going to put these into a CD, I'm presuming, aren't we, eventually? Yeah. And I think probably the best thing is if, because I've got my booklets, which are very useful, but obviously those amendments don't actually relate to the scheme, they relate to developments outside of it. So there's no need for you to give me a revision at the moment, but perhaps towards the end I could have a new set of booklets with the actual up-to-date plans in it. But I don't want loads of different, and it's too expensive anyway to keep doing that. So right, we still got outstanding, I think, this note on the land north of the railway, haven't we, which is due to be coming in.
It's with, I understand it's with Kent at the moment, and the good news is they're here today, so we'll update you on the timing for it once we've spoken to them about it later today.
All right, unless Mr. Young knows anything about it, probably doesn't. Okay then. So yes, because I will need that for the round table session.
Definitely.
And so I want it post haste now.
Definitely, yeah.
Okay. Remember, I asked about Oakwood Farm, non-designated heritage asset, which has a dwelling adjacent to it along with a modern garage.
Yes, I do remember, and there's a note that we've prepared, but what I don't know is whether we've circulated it with everyone yet. But I'll chase to find out. But we're on with that.
Okay, make sure that's agreed.
It has to be exactly. Yeah. The idea is it gets circulated 3 ways, but I don't know whether it has been yet, so I'll check.
Thank you. The note on hydrology, is that in hand? And also the runoff from into the inverted commas chalk stream from the Northern Relief Road. Is that in hand?
It is in hand, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I keep saying that make sure, please, that you the section 106 is amended or is added to include that warden provision for the on-site. Yeah, are we going to have an update on that ready before the hopefully before the session next week? Okay.
Yeah.
Right, okay. There are a few things that arose that in ecology that have been put onto Mr. Wild. I don't know whether you want me just to...
Well, I'd be very happy to take your list.
Well, I've only got 2 things that I picked up, but there'll probably be others. But he was going to comment on any loss to Bexwood, do you remember? And the 17-metre offset from the roadside.
That I do, yeah.
And there was also, he was going to explain the position of the green underpass in relation to the flow routes and diverted Green Valley.
Both of them. Yes, and just to just to say, one of the things that I want to do with him in chief, and one of the reasons the chief estimate is so eye-watering in its length, is that I do want to do a sort of, as we did, I think I can't remember what session, what landscape session, perhaps, a sort of tour, as it were, through of the pieces of illustrative highways infrastructure, north to south, and so we will, by dint of doing that, pick up all of these things, or certainly both of the things that you've just mentioned, and no doubt other things besides as well that have come up in the landscape evidence.
Well, we will also have had our, hopefully, we will have had our site visit as well, won't
Exactly, yeah. So it'll hopefully by then all be starting to come together.
And the last thing I've got on my list is that I'm promised a note on Highsted Wood and the degree of ancient woodland, secondary woodland, and a plan where each of them are. Is that in hand?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So perhaps in relation to today then, I could actually have that information on the land to the north of the railway and Oakwood Farm, because you said that they were... Or,
at least either the documents or updates on the documents, but yeah, okay. We'll look into both of them, because they're both well in train.
Okay. Right, well, we better turn to today then, hadn't we, or this week?
Can I raise one thing, sorry?
Sorry, Mr. Pereira, yes.
Still here.
I would have asked.
No, it's all right. I understand from Mr. Dygan that he sent some material which the NHS had sent in to the programme officer, and we just wanted to check where it was to be allocated in the documents and what was to happen to it.
Well, I was actually going to come on to that, but anyway.
Sorry.
Right, okay. So that's information that we need for the Section 106, and that was a part of a larger discussion I was going to have about late documents and information. But anyway, putting that aside for the moment, I've asked for hard copies of it, and which I want post haste. And I think what I decided was it might be best if we had a CD. At the moment, there's CD 35, I think, and CD 50. I think CD 35, might have the wrong number, is the Section 106, the draft Section 106 is. And I think that CD 50 is the sill schedules. Might be wrong. But anyway, I think they should go in the same CD. So what I've suggested to Helen and Yvonne is that we move them all into one, probably 35, and we can put any documents associated with the Section 106 in there, which will include these ones that have just been submitted by Mr. Dygan. Okay?
Yep.
And then I think we've only gone up to CD 51, so we could just move CD 51 up to CD 50. So I don't think that's going to be a great disaster at all in terms of just changing CD numbers. But anyway, that's my plan. So I hope that's all right. Yes, well, generally, before I heard rumours about archaeology, I was going to say that, things are getting very lax about when documents are submitted. Now, I know that this is a big inquiry and we've agreed on tranches, but it's not really acceptable to bring in stuff either a week or less before it's actually going to be heard, or even on the day. Because everybody has to prepare, and it's not just the applicants and the council or Kent County Council or whatever, it's also the Rule 6 parties. They've got everything prepared. I spent a long time over the weekend, which now might be abortive and is very annoying. When I could have been reading other things, I was concentrating on what was going to happen this week. So, I think there's a lack of discipline in terms of submission of inquiry documents, and I'm going to start being a bit harsher about this. I know you're discussing behind the scenes, but this has been going on for quite a long time. It should have really all been done. I mean, it's like the archaeology work, really. It should have all been done a long time ago, and it's all last minute. So, you know, it's not really acceptable, and it wastes everybody's time. Having said that, obviously, you know, if you have reached agreement on things, that's, you know, that's good, and we obviously got to take it into account. And I see there's another statement to common ground on archaeology. Haven't read it, don't intend to read it. You can address it when you do your evidence and tell me what's been agreed. I will read it eventually, but I'm not going to stop now. So I think we will just get on with it, and you can tell me what the score is. Is that all right?
Firstly, can I just say, before we get on to archaeology, an apology from our side for the obviously these statements of, well, I'm not going to go into why it took so long, but you're quite right, and we agree, and we're sorry that you did take time that may end up having been abortive, and indeed the same goes for the Rule 6 party as well. So yeah, point noted. But moving beyond that, and we're going to do everything we can to try and avoid this happening with all the other topics.
Certainly let's not make it happen with highways, please.
No, that's for sure. God, can you imagine? No.
Well,
I had just been discussing with, noted your intent, your preferred approach to cracking on, which obviously I'll pass over to Miss Bono.
When I have, you know, get it on the morning, yes.
Yeah, no, of course. No. It was we had been chatting with Mr. Bell just to see what his position was, because just to say, if the Rule 6 party asks for an hour or 2 hours or whatever this morning in order to consider the updated material before we kick off, there won't be any resistance, to state the obvious from us.
Well, I'm going to ask Mr. Bell in a minute.
Okay, fine.
I'm just saying about what my situation
No, of course,
was,
just to say.
I certainly don't want Mr. Bell and his clients to be disadvantaged, obviously. So, Mr. Bell, would you like some time to look at the archaeology stuff that's
Madam,
come in?
yes, please. It came to us at 7:01 last night, and it does significantly shift what we were expecting today. And
Right.
it's probably beneficial for you to take that time to read it as well.
Yeah, okay.
So yes, if I could have, I think an hour has been suggested, but I probably need a little bit less. But if it's okay, if I can alert the programme officers if we're ready to come on earlier.
Yes, well, should we... yeah, all right then. That's probably the best thing. I will read it. I'm not going to be bloody-minded about it, obviously. But, yeah.
Something related to all of that, just to be that we've just all been discussing, is the order in which the evidence is given.
Right.
Because on the basis of what's in the statement of common ground that you've not read but you're going to hear about, it's been suggested, and it's a sort of joint suggestion between us and Kent County Council, that similarly to the approach to the highways evidence, that actually Kent give evidence after us rather than before us.
Right, yeah.
And so that would mean, and again, it's another reason for Mr. Bell maybe to take some time, it would mean that in the batting order, I think Councillor Bonney would actually be going first, and then us, and then to the extent necessary after us, Kent. So yeah, obviously that just want to mention that as well.
Okay.
That's that.
All right. Right. Okay. Well, in that case, because Mr. Bell has requested it, not because I have, we will have a break of an hour, unless you say you want less. So we'll break until 11:15, unless I hear otherwise. All right. So we're gentle then. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. Okay, the inquiry is now resumed. Thank you. Just one thing actually before we start on archaeology. The only other thing we are doing this week is the round table session on rights of way, isn't it? So can I get a sort of a slight take on how long archaeology is going to take? What do you think, Mr. Bell?
Madam, I think I'll be finished before, I would think, kind of midday or just after midday. You would have seen our proofs that are quite brief anyway, and to be honest, the statement of common ground hasn't really changed much in those. And then I don't imagine my cross-examination will be terribly long for either witness. It'll literally just be putting Councillor Bonney's points to them. So I think depending on how long examination in chief is, I think we'll comfortably finish today.
Yeah, everybody else?
Yeah, I completely agree. We'll be finished today. There's a slight difficulty with doing public rights away tomorrow, but if that's what we're building to.
Right, okay. Do you think that's reasonable, I suppose?
Yes, definitely.
Right, okay. So public rights away, what's the difficulty with that, Mr. Young?
Both my witness and Mr. Bell's witness are not available tomorrow, so the scheduled day of Friday is the day that we're going to need to deal with that. And I appreciate that's very unwelcome, but...
It is rather, because, you know, they should be available, really, shouldn't they?
Madam, just to clarify, it's not my actual witness. Councillor Bonney is going to be the one speaking during the round table, but we do have a member of the action group who is providing instructions as well, and he is not available until Friday.
Your witness?
Finding out, I've only just been told. Mr. Bell came over.
Right,
and
because
then
normally,
took
I mean,
instructions.
it's a bit of waste of time not moving it up to tomorrow, isn't it? So I'd really like to do that, unless there's a real reason why not. And then we can all go off and carry on preparing for what's ahead, can't we?
Yes, I'll find out. I'll find out what
All
it
right.
is and see if it can be changed and make sure it's a good reason.
Madam, yes, I am still looking into this. So.
Yeah. I mean, my strong preference is to do public rights away tomorrow morning. It'll only take half a day, I'm sure, if that, less than that probably.
I'm not disputing that or in any way disagreeing,
Yeah.
but we'll check what
Well,
the
it
difficulty
would
is.
certainly be most efficient on my time, and I think most other people's, if we do public rights away tomorrow morning. So unless there's really good reason why not, I think that's what we're going to do. Anyway, let's start then. So would you like to introduce your witness, please?
Thank you, Madam. Welcoming back to the inquiry is Councillor Bonney. Madam, to try and make this as easy and painless as possible, there are 4 documents that I'm going to be referring to. So if I give you the reference numbers now, it is Councillor Bonney's summary proof and her substantive proof. So that's CD 42.6.1 and 42.6.2. And then we're going to refer to the Stones Farm Parameter Plan, which was introduced as an inquiry document, and that's inquiry document 100.17.1.
Oh God, what have I done with that?
Thank you. And then, Madam, the last one is it's a plan within the Tong Conservation Area Appraisal, which is core document reference 19.11. And it's PDF page 10 of that document. So thank you. So Councillor Bonney, if you could just take up your summary proof of evidence for now, and turn to section 1.
Yes.
And Councillor Bonney, here is your introduction, and you confirm that you are providing the proof of evidence on behalf of the 5 parishes group.
Yes, that's correct. So I'm Monique Bonney. I'm chair of the 5 parishes group. I think we've given an introduction a few times before, but for the benefit of those listening, I chair the 5 parishes group, albeit in my other life I have different roles, but I'm here as the chair of the 5 parishes group, representing the local views of the community.
Thank you. And at 1.4, you explain that you're not an expert on archaeology.
Definitely not. But I hope that with the collective understanding that my local residents and the parish councillors, part of that group, have imparted to me, I should be able to assist on some of the archaeology.
And I just want to take you to 1.10 of your summary proof.
Yes.
Can you just explain what input ChatGPT has had into
Yeah, so obviously there is a mountain of evidence, and I talked by my 15-year-old son about ChatGPT. It's helped me collect and summarise some of the information, and you'll see, just to lighten the load, a couple of AI illustrations.
Thank you. And if I can just quickly jump you back to 1.2.
Yep.
Can you just confirm that paragraph?
Yes, so on 1.2, the facts and the matters set out in my witness statement are within my own knowledge, unless stated otherwise, and I believe them to be true. Where I refer to information supplied by others, the source of that information has been identified, and the facts and the matters derived from other sources are true and to the best of my knowledge and belief.
And your summary proof goes on to section 2, which is an executive summary. We don't need to dwell on that, but if we could move to section 3.
Yes.
And in respect of this section 3, could you just read through that for the benefit of the inquiry and those at home?
Yes. So section 3 is archaeological and historical significance. There are proposed for development spans a rich archaeological landscape with evidence of human activity from the Mesolithic, and excuse my pronunciation because this isn't my territory normally, era through to post-medieval times. The key findings include 3.1.1 prehistoric occupation, notable Neolithic flint tools, Bronze Age burial sites illustrate the area's early human settlement. 3.1.2 Iron Age discoveries, excavations uncovered an Iron Age cemetery, fortified enclosures, high status burials, including a possible chariot burial, highlighting the area as a focal point for pre-Roman activity. 3.1.3 Roman influence, artifacts such as a Roman villa remains, coins, and the Roman mausoleum at Tenham demonstrate the integration of the area into the Roman landscape. And 3.1.4 medieval features. Key sites include the remnants of Tong Castle, Saxon artefacts reflecting continued settlement and governance in the medieval period. So it gives you a little summary across the ages there.
Thank you. And if we could turn now to section 3 of your main proof.
Sorry, say that again.
You can turn to section 3 of your main proof.
Yes, hold on one moment. Yes.
Now, in this section, this is an expansion of the finds that you're aware of. And to be clear, we're dealing with the north and south site, aren't we?
Yes, that's correct. What I've tried to show in my proof is, because obviously in some of the evidence that we've seen is a list of, finds, artifacts, etc., is to kind of put it in the context of our landscape and that of the areas of the north and south applications.
Thank you. And so at 3.2, we come on to the north site, and in particular discussing Stones Farm and the Tong area. And if we could go to the map at 100.17.1, the Stones Farm parameters plan.
which, hold on, my laptop was making a funny noise earlier, which is never a good sign. Right, hold on. I might have to just pull it up separately. Hold on. Ah, got it. Right. Okay. I'm there.
So when we talk about Stones Farm in your proof, this is the area we're talking about?
Yes, that's correct. And obviously in the landscapes element, when this map came about and was reissued on the basis of the red line boundary, and yes, you'll see here is obviously the new development of what is known as Spring Acres on the left-hand side, and then obviously the road cutting through what is the Countryside Gap or the landscape park. Plus, at the bottom, you'll see in green there the attenuation pond.
And is there anything in respect of this area that you particularly want to draw to the inspector's attention?
Yes, so under 3.2.1, I talk about Stones Farm prehistoric periods. Now, obviously, as a result of the Spring Acres development, there was the archaeological digs there. I'm aware, so I actually met the archaeologists when they were digging, and that's how I knew about they'd suffered numerous thefts from the site, including night walkers, and it was not a term because I'm not familiar with archaeology, as you'll see. I asked them to explain what night walkers were because I had that as a different meaning in my head. Yes, quite. So they explained to me what that was. So in the end, I believe they had to get security fences put up around the site to prevent people thieving in the night from their digs. Yeah, and because I was interested, like all the locals, whenever there's an archaeological dig on, they want to know, has anything been found? And of course, I know they're bound by secrecy. But I could see, and when I was talking to them, their frustration around the thefts that happened there.
I think
And also, my understanding from, obviously, Backchild has been quite heavily involved with the Stones Farm application because it's in their area, is there were fines found, quite considerable fines is my understanding, around the Stones Farm, but also buried under the attenuation pond. And I talk about a specific period there.
And when you say buried under the attenuation pond, do you mean...
They're still in situ.
Thank you.
Is my understanding, but that's something I think the KCC maybe could clarify.
And why is that of concern?
Well, that's if you look at this diagram or this map that we've now got here, it shows that the road is going through the attenuation pond. We've obviously, in the weeks of the inquiry, we've discussed a number of different subject areas, including the probable chalk stream and the wet woodland. And the road here would cross, obviously, through Stones Farm in two different directions, but one of them is over the attenuation pond and over the stream. So this is quite a significant structure, and I think the thread of our evidence is, if it's being preserved in situ, how's that being done, accommodating what is proposed to go on site in its current location and in its current form that we're seeing presented before us, and what happens if that changes, about any proper reassessment of that.
Now, in respect of Stones Farm, in your proof you refer to the evaluation being conducted in 2018. This is at 3.2.1.
Yeah.
Are you aware of any subsequent evaluation along the lines discussed in your proof?
Well, what we haven't seen is, clearly there is a statement of common ground that sets out that there wasn't to be any digs, and we haven't seen any evidence of, in fact, it doesn't talk about any preliminary digs in the north relating to the northern scheme, which is I suppose, a tad surprising, given I've given you a running commentary on the history, especially around the north and Tong Castle and the stream, and it's clear that there's been settlement there since, 700 AD, as to why you wouldn't undertake further investigation there.
Thank you. So, dealing with the Tong area, you brought up the Tong conservation area. So if we turn to the map or the plan within 19.11 at page 10.
Right. Right. Hold on a minute.
And this is the archaeology map within the Tong Conservation Area appraisal. And we can see on this map that the key identifies findings and their particular age range. Is this the area that you're discussing in your proof when you refer to the Tong Conservation Area, or?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is your concern in respect of this area?
So, I think, as I allude to in my evidence there, I mean, first of all, if you look at the map here, it shows you, obviously, the red line boundary of the Tong Conservation Area. It shows you the Tong Castle that we've talked about. It shows you the Thomas à Becket Spring, clearly there. It shows you the site of St Thomas's Hospital, which is just outside. Obviously, the watercress beds. What our concern is that the proposal on the table for the north shows a road crossing the stream here and through the conservation area. And it has full account of the historic nature, the archaeological nature of this area being taken into account. I mean, we had a clear discussion, Mum, around in the Heritage Week around what this structure would look like, and it would look like something like the stone bridge that's further to the north of the conservation area. And then I think, Mum, last week you referred in your, you were referring to the environmental statement and the environmental assessment, and it being an open-span, open-sided bridge, which somewhat conflicts. And obviously that is going to be quite a big structure across there. But we also talked about the wet woodland last week in ecology, but then we go back to Heritage Week and we talk about watercress beds, and we talk about a change in landscaping. And I have to say there is a bit of confusion as to where those are and what's being uncovered and what's being changed, because they're quite radical changes. And, you know, you're within a stone's throw of Tong Castle, which has significant history here.
So if I can pause you there, and if we can just have a look where Tong Castle, or the site of Tong Castle, is on the plan.
So it's the pink area, or mauve, depending on what your colour interpretation is.
Thank you. And then in your proof, there's a significant passage where you set out kind of the history of Tong Castle effectively at 3.2.3.1.
Yes.
Just to be clear, what can be seen of Tong Castle today?
Not much. There is a modern bungalow on effectively a hill, and there's a wooded area around it to the west there and to the south. But there's not been much recent development around there, so it's unlikely that there's been much actual discovery, shall we say, of archaeology in the input there. And the concern is around the changes that may or may not be taking place.
Now, I'm not proposing that you take the inquiry through every one of these finds listed in your proof, but are there any finds in respect of the north site from previous excavations that you particularly wish to draw the inquiry's attention to?
Yes, so we have got some significant ones. So the Romans did like a straight road, and the A2 or Watling Street is a good example of that. But if you go directly north, you've got Bax Bax Farm, and you've also got the further north of the Tong area on the map. Yeah.
Spell that?
BAX.
Oh. Is that north of the railway?
Yes.
Okay.
And we also have...
And what's significant about Bax Farm?
So, let me have a look here.
I think you discuss it first of all at 3.2.2.2 of your
3.2. What it is, right. 3.2.
0.2.2. It's hard copy.
Oh,
56.
sorry. Yes, apologies. I was looking on a different page, that's why. Right. And a bit of number dyslexia. Right, yes, so I say in here about the excavations around Bax Farm near Tenham have revealed a Roman villa indicating the presence of a high-status rural estate. The finds show the exquisite pottery, suggesting wealth and a Romanised lifestyle. And if you can kind of draw a straight line up from the Watling Street, and it will take you up to that Bax Farm one.
If I can pause you there, why is this important in respect of the northern site and the proposed development?
Because if you drop south of that, then obviously you've got significant development for the northern scheme. The Romans did like to stick to their straight lines, so it's quite feasible there might be stuff in between the two there. In my view, but I'm just a lay person.
And why should that be investigated now?
I think the concern is, and this is a concern that's repeated across both applications, is not having an understanding of this archaeology. Right, let me think. What's happened so far is we've had an awful lot of archaeology done with indecent haste, I think it's fair to say. 142 pits have been dug in 6 weeks. And we've seen, I only got last Thursday a preliminary report on that. So, as you quite rightly point out, late documents, and we've tried to not do that, apart from my photos last week, which is fairly insignificant. But when you get a tomb like that, it's quite difficult to assess the impact. But what I'm concerned about is that going forward, we're going to have, if this is granted, there'll be a stage 2, is my understanding in archaeological terms, that they will need to do stage 2 assessments prior to the detail being submitted. And that's the bit I think we as a group feel nervous about, is if this is dumped on it 5 minutes before the designers say, well, we're going to take this into account, is it truly taken into account? And is it really informing the design that comes forward? I mean, I haven't read the latest statement of Common Ground because it literally dropped on us last night, and obviously my coming here and talking to you has been brought forward significantly, so I haven't had a chance to crawl over that. But in one of the statements of Common Ground, it talks about a collaborative approach. I think that's page 10 of the Statement of Common Ground.
I think it talks about that quite a few times.
Yeah, and I don't figure and don't feel that collaborative approach has actually been translated into action. And I think our concern is, how is that carried forward if this is granted? Well, if there's a collaborative approach, it means that everyone's got to be cognizant of A, the fines, and B, how they deal with them and how you design around them to mitigate the harm to those assets. So, to our mind, there are potentially some, there is at least one of regional importance, that's in the south, but we don't know on the north because there hasn't been further trenching, and there's some documentation that I'm not sure is even included in these inquiry documents around Stones Farm. And is that actually our duty as a Rule 6 party to inform this? Perhaps it is. Perhaps we should have included the archaeology from the north, the Stones Farm application, but I would have thought it would have been embedded in these inquiry documents and in the analysis here. And that's for KCC and the applicant to discuss that. But there is that concern being raised from the community in relation to this. What we've found historically in Swale, and I think what the community are concerned about, is that, there are some really interesting finds, and then they just get buried below a housing development or a road. Recently, if I may, the find in Tenham of the Roman Triton statue, and it's now going to go, the remains of what was found now going below a roundabout.
The statue's been rescued.
The statue has, yeah. And then you end up with, an interpretation board which may or may not stand the test of time. And I know you can't keep everything, you can't be a hoarder. We'd be, up to our eyeballs in, and it's sifting it out, and it's how it's dealt with in an appropriate way. But it's the community flagging this now so that it can be appropriately dealt with through either, the planning conditions or how the planning application maps out in the future.
Thank you. I think that nicely encapsulates your concerns in respect of the north and south site. I'm conscious we haven't discussed any of the fines at the south site that are listed in section 3 of your proof, but are there any that you want to draw the inspectors to in particular?
Hold on a minute. So on the south, I want to kind of try and illustrate some of the history we know about. We had a local lady who has more than a keen interest. I think it's fair to say, Leslie Feeks, and I've met her a few times, and she wrote this very interesting book called Woodstock, an Archaeological Mystery. And I've actually included an excerpt of the map where she's found, she did her archaeological digs. And there's also a chapter from her book included in our ecology study because it corroborated our other evidence and cross-referenced it. And it's the interaction, I think you're getting a flavour of where our evidence is coming from. It translates through our heritage work, also through ecology, is how the area has changed over time. So we've got our Iron Age settlements, we've got Iron Age finds. There's quite a rich history around the Highsted Woods area. Now, we're not advocating you go and tear up the ancient woodland, but obviously if the ancient woodland or part of it or the wooded area is lost, then I think this is the right time to fully understand the archaeological significance of this. There were, as I talk about on page 9, printed 9, 3.3.1.1, about 1920s horse and cart burial discovery. I talk about other investigations. It is really unfortunate that over time, where archaeological digs have been done in the past, the evidence has gone walkies, it's gone missing. Some has turned up in a museum in Scotland. But I don't think just because archaeology's been per se lost that we denigrate the value of all of those sites together and what that means for the area. I mean, we've talked about in landscapes the dry valleys and this, chalk downland, etc., and the plateau. And it's clear that we've had occupation since the Iron Age, and it's given the topography of the area. Clearly there's been occupation around the Highsted Woods area going into the chalk pits, but also Church Street, we were really interested. I have to say there was quite a lot of interest from the locals when they talk about, I think it's Area 4 within the documents, and potential fines at the back of Church Street under the proposed road settlement. And that would figure because it's on top of a hill, and as you've seen standing at the church and walking around that area, Mum, is the views, the long views, and it would correspond that you would have some sort of fortification around that area.
If I can pause you there, because it's probably helpful actually if we turn to the recent addendum statement of common ground.
Yeah.
So if we could turn that up quickly and turn to page 5 on the printed version, page 7 in the PDF.
Are you going to ask me to read something? Right, no, map, got it.
So here we have the map of the areas, and just confirm Area 4 is the area in the north of the site.
Yes, that's correct. So Area 4, which has got blue around it, is the area that's just off Church Street, where the Southern Relief Road would go around the that field there, that would eventually come out behind the church and across the fields there.
And then I think it's helpful, appreciating you haven't read this in detail, that if we turn on to page 7 of the printed version, page 9 of the PDF, the 3rd and 4th rows deal with Area 4 and what was found.
Yep. Yes. Is this 2.26 in the...
Are you looking at
the most recent one, the one you haven't read?
Oh, are you talking statement of common ground, or are you talking...
The addendum statement of common
ground? Oh, okay, yeah. I haven't got that in front of me, but hold on, yeah. Do you want me to pull that up?
Yes, please.
Hold on. Is that in the core documents now?
No, it's the document that was circulated last night.
Right, hold on.
Got a hard copy, is there?
No, it's only partially printed, unfortunately. Printer gave up on me.
Councillor Bonney, you did have my hard copy.
Oh, have I got your hard copy? What, this one?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes, sorry. Yes.
Page 7.
Yep.
The table. If you go down, you find Area 4, down, row down.
Yes, Area 4. Right, got it. Thank you.
If you could just have a look at the final column on those two Area 4 rows.
Yes. Do you want me to read them?
Yes.
On both those. Right.
I would just read them to yourself, I think is probably.
Okay. Yep.
So, and the reason I've asked you to have a look at those is you were just explaining to the inspector about concerns about a fortified site in Area 4.
Yes.
Now, from the brief read that you've had of those, is there anything you want to say further on that?
No, I'm not. Well, yes. It says here the significance of the remains has to be considered in a full evaluation report as being a regional heritage value, contributing to research themes for Iron Age and Romano-British periods. So I think this is the one certainly from the feedback I've had, is that locals really are interested in, and of course, if this has regional importance, we want to have a good understanding of it, in consideration of its location, which is possibly under a road.
Thank you. Now, before we move on, in your proof of evidence, is there anything else that you want to raise with the inquiry about fines, either at the north or northern or southern sites?
Well, I've talked about fines going walkies, which is a main concern, is about site security before they get analysed. I think that in the report that I've seen from Wessex, which, by the way, has got Highsted spelt on the front cover. It's not spelt with an A. It's
can I just check which report this is?
Well, I only got this last Thursday. Is this late evaluation report? So I've only had a glancing view through the evidence here, and we get told about, you know, sort of the finds in the pits, but the actual artefacts, we haven't got much interpretation on.
Again,
because
what do you mean by much interpretation?
Well, I think it'd be nice to. I think it gives you weights of what was found, of a certain amount of pottery and things like that.
Can you point to something specific?
Yeah, so I was trying to find, there was a table which gave the weight of amount of pottery. Oh, here we go. Table 4 on page 25. It says the number of pieces. It's at the top, table 4.
That's PDF page 33 if you're working on the PDF.
So, for instance, pottery, which I have to say I'm no expert on, even though my sister's a potter. You know, it gives you a weight, number of pieces. That's all quite interesting, but we'd have no context. I don't know what, you know, are these whole pots? Are these just fragments? I think it would be really nice to have an understanding of that. Now, clearly, when you've only dug your ditches and looked, you know, excavated in February, March, it's going to be difficult to turn that around in such a short time frame. But I do think as part of the archaeological evidence, and certainly, you know, that feeding into the local communities, having a good understanding of what's been found in the area.
If I can pause you there, I've kind of been kind of critical there as to the trenching, as I understand it. If we can move quickly to section 5 of your proof of evidence.
Yes.
Now here you set out very briefly a critique of trenching.
Yes.
Do you just want to explain to the inspector a bit more as to what you mean in paragraph 5.1?
So in Statement of Common Ground with the applicants, this is the original one we'd seen when I wrote this, acknowledges an inadequacy in the trenching strategy. A key heritage locations were not sampled, such as Highsted Wood, that contain obviously the remains of double-ditched enclosure in the Iron Age to be believed to be of Iron Age in date. Now, obviously, there's sites they can't get onto. There's orchards. So I know around the A2, there's, you know, there's the layout of the land and how it's used. So some is arable, but some is orchards. Obviously, you can't dig trenches if you've got apple trees in the way. But it's having a full understanding of that prior to firstly designing it, with the view to then getting consent for the detail. And therein lies the rub, I think, for the landowners, is that you're going to have to start losing some of the features ahead of the actual approval of detail.
And just to be clear, what do you mean by losing some of the features?
Well, some of this is around ancient woodland, so you're going to have to, there will be a decision to be made as to, you're not going to bother looking at the archaeology because there's ancient woodland there, or are you permitting the destruction of part of the ancient woodland, and then you're going to have to do your archaeological digs, so you're going to have to destroy it before you've actually got in detail approval. And that's the same for the fruit orchards or any other land that has any other, obstacles in it.
Now, since that statement of common ground was agreed, what is your understanding as to the works that have been carried out at the site since the initial trenching?
Well, they were covered over, and that's the sites were recovered over where they've dug their trenching.
Turning to 5.2 of your proof, is there anything further you want to say in respect to what you set out there, which is about the trenching not systematically covering all areas?
Well, I think it goes back to what I've said earlier, is that certainly around Stones Farm, the trenching that was put in place for Stones Farm was clearly for a different scheme and for a different setup. And I think any trenching done around that location and other locations will need to take account of what's going to go over or around them.
So I want to take you back briefly. We jumped to section 5 of your proof, given the discussion we were just having. But if I can take you back to section 4.
Yes.
And I think if you can just kind of start reading at 4.1.
Yeah, so the environmental statement at CD 9.2.92 provides a synthesis of HER data and known archaeological investigations, yet omits key evidence and underrepresents the significance of sites such as the Highsted Iron Age burial complex and the Woodstock enclosure. The geophysical survey data revealed substantial anomalies indicative of subsurface features with archaeological potential. However, follow-up evaluation was inconsistent and many known archaeological features were not ground-truthed through trenching.
I pause you there. What do you mean by ground-truthed?
So that's by checking, by digging a trench.
Thank you.
So, if an archaeological, so some of these surveys that were done where they show anomalies, is then wouldn't you expect there to be trenching, for example?
I think if you just carry on with furthermore.
Furthermore, the trench layout did not effectively sample the entire site, especially the areas of highest potential, such as Highsted Wood and the known Iron Age enclosure. This raises concerns over robustness of archaeological baseline used to inform the development proposal. Some of this may relate to, obviously I refer to the Woodstock book, which was written by Leslie Feeks, and the archaeological studies they did at the time.
Is that book in evidence?
Yes, I did put it in my references. I can put the whole book in. I've put a chapter in and an excerpt, but I'm more than happy to.
Chapter?
I think that was in the ecology.
Ecology, yeah. And in this, I put in the map. So under section 6 of my evidence there, I put in her map of what she found and relates to. And she was quite... She did an extensive sort of study there. And you'll see it talks about so between the chalk pit 3, as it's shown on this diagram under section 6, and Highsted Woods. So this is kind of the area where the road would run through there. She talks about here banks and ditches, and some of those were ploughed out because that's what's happened to the land over time, just the way it's been used for agricultural purposes, and then it's obviously become more wooded over time as well. But it showed clearly some archaeology around there from her work. I mean, it's quite common to go for a walk in the area and find the little round stone balls, the archaeological, that relate to evidence of settlement then from the Iron Age.
Highsted Wood?
Yeah, Highsted Woods, but also up, further all around the village, but particularly around there. Particularly where it's been ploughed, they turn up.
So, thank you. So you were just saying this raises concerns over the robustness of the archaeological baseline, and then we were moving on to 4.4, which is some further criticism of the trenching. So
the whole process of ground trenching we feel has been rushed. Well, I think that's been evidenced because 6 weeks, 142 trenches. I'm surprised. It seems an awful lot in such a short space of time, and I had to go out driving round at the time the trenching was being done, and it seemed really quick. And there wasn't any security around the sites at the time the trenching was being done, which was of concern, because if anything obviously was turning up, given the history we're aware of with thefts and people just randomly walking onto site.
And this is a reference again to the night walkers.
Yes.
So section 6 of your proof, there are a selection of images.
Yes.
I don't think we need to go through those for the purpose of the inquiry, but this session. But if we can move on to section 7, the conclusions and recommendations.
Yes. Now,
since this was drafted, we've obviously had the addendum statement of common ground, and we've had a further archaeological evaluation report. Has anything within this section changed since you've seen or partially seen those documents?
Not significantly. I think obviously trenching has been done in the south, and it is useful, helpful and constructive to see what they have found there, and obviously around certain areas. But I do think we have the underlying concern, because it's been rushed, that we've not had full interpretation of all the evidence, so in particular around finds, and understanding how they all knit together, because I think what I've tried to show with my evidence is we can show a clear history timeline there of finds across all the sites, that this is an area that is rich in archaeology, and we don't want to lose that without it being properly understood.
And what is your position in respect of any suggestion that actually these more detailed issues can be dealt with at the reserve matters stage, or tier 2?
Tier 2, yes, terminology, isn't it? No one speaks the same language in these different fields. So I think, as I said earlier, it is really important that embedded with any documentation, conditions, etc., is this understanding of properly revealing the archaeology, getting the interpretation done, and then the process of designing the sites in detail comes forward. It's no good to chuck in an archaeology report, you know, at the same time that they're doing the designs. It's you've got one leads to the other, and one should inform the other.
Thank you. So, Councillor Bonney, is there just anything in closing this examination in chief session that you want to explain to them?
I think, hopefully, Mum, I've summarised it there for you.
Within my time estimate, madam.
Oh, yeah, early. Right, thank you very much. So, your cross-examination, Ms. Bryner?
Madam, I don't have any questions for Councillor Bonney. There are a couple of points that I'd like to pick up, but I think I'll deal with that through Mr. Lakin's evidence.
Thank you. Let me just check. I think you've been very thorough. I'm not sure I've got anything else to ask, but let me just have a quick look. No, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thanks for giving me the time to organise myself.
Hang on. I might have a question.
Oh,
I suppose you could.
I'm not off the hook yet.
All right, Mr. de Jong, go on then.
You raised your concern
Yes.
there at the end about the tier 2, and I
Yes.
agree with you. There's terminology galore, isn't there?
Yes,
Yeah, so
absolutely.
well done for keeping up with all that. That's not my question though.
Okay. Is the killer?
No. This isn't Columbo. The position is that you said there it's really important that any conditions reflect a proper understanding of the archaeology, and then it's in effect the archaeology at tier 2 should inform the design. And what you're getting at really is don't just produce a report late and then say, well, we were going to build houses there anyway. It may be appropriate to have that as an open area or even an area of archaeological interest, interpretation boards and so on. Yes?
Yes, that's correct. So, for example, down by the A2 is this causeway area, which, of course, should come as no surprise to anyone because Watling Street, A2, Roman area. And it's, well, does the junction have to go in that specific spot? Can it be shifted left or right? And what is the design of it? And I talk about the Stones Farm attenuation pond. We know there's archaeology that's in situ under the attenuation pond. Now, clearly you've got to put a big road structure in of design of which, depending on which document you read, but that's significant in terms of its engineering. So are you going to be boring straight through what has already been agreed under an existing planning permission to be kept in situ? Are you then going to destroy that? And from a community perspective, as I said quite early on, is burying it under a roundabout or under a road or whatever, from a community aspect, it's part of, you know, when you create towns and villages, embedding your archaeology, your history and your heritage into those designs is pretty fundamental for people understanding and liking and loving their area. Yeah. And if you can do that in your design of your urban area, so, you know, I can think of an area in Sittingbourne where there's a watermill and it's just been restored, an element of it with an interpretation, so that people can go and sit it, see it, feel it, touch it. Then that's really important to the community and how that relates to, you know, what should be master planning.
Yeah, so what you're saying is at tier 2, let's make sure that this archaeology, some of it of regional significance, is properly taken into account, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That the conditions properly reflect what needs to be achieved, yes?
Yes.
Issues like interpretation, in particular, are encapsulated in the conditions.
Yes.
That the design of each phase, because it's going to take a long time if it gets planning permission, each phase should make sure that archaeology is a priority consideration in the design of each phase, yes? And obviously, in this scheme, the road is in a corridor, so there is some scope for its location. Obviously, broadly, we know where it's going to go, its route, but there is scope to move it. And that should be a relevant consideration if, at the more detailed stage, Tier 2, there are archaeological findings, yes?
Absolutely. And one of the concerns is if things change. So at the moment we have it is a proposal for where a road could go, or proposal where certain things can go within the scheme. Well, as we've found with other schemes, is that can change. And so you've got to almost reset your baseline data for archaeology to fully take account of that. So, if they decide, well, it's not going this side of the field, it's going another, then actually you need to go back to square one on your archaeology and start doing your trenching to reflect where that will go and have that full understanding.
And you appreciate from my client's point of view, they've got to be reasonable about the amount of work that's done now, because we don't know whether there's going to be a planning permission. There might not be. The Secretary of State might say no, and then for asking for millions and millions of pounds worth of work can be seen as disproportionate. Equally, there needed to be investigations to look for any showstoppers and anything significant. But you will appreciate, won't you, that if there is a significant finding, then that will have to be properly taken into account. And what you want is conditions that properly ensure that the archaeological investigations that take place at a more detailed stage are properly taken into account in both the design of the employment, the housing, the road, and everything else that goes with this.
And going back to the statement of common ground and the words of a collaborative approach there, is actually, I would ask that the community are involved in how some of that interpretation is done, because if it is thrust upon us as someone's grand idea, it doesn't always sit well, or there could have been another way of dealing with it. So I think, I've seen schemes in my other life working in commercial property development. I can think of number 1 Poultry in the City of London, where there was a massive excavation there, and then how you reveal it, interpret it, and incorporate it within the design. And it can be done cleverly, but equally, it's no good if it's buried under a roundabout and no one sees it.
Yeah, and so your point is proper consideration of this issue at the appropriate stage before any of the detailed information is provided. I understand that. And as for the community involvement, you're probably aware, aren't you? Because I'm instructed that there are social media pages with 4,000 members in Kent who are interested. People are very interested in this issue, aren't they? And so it would be appropriate to engage them in that issue so that they are properly aware of what's taking place. And again, that's crucial to the interpretation aspects, isn't it?
Of course, you've got to carry the community with this.
Yeah, really helpful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Could I give you some happy news, though? Oh, you don't sound like you want happy news. I'm not. If you don't want it, then I'm not going to give it. Okay, all right. Bit of a teaser. We've made sure that, in line with your requests, that we will be available to do the public right-of-way session tomorrow morning.
Madam, I have double-checked. I'm waiting for a response, but I'm hoping shortly I should have that response, but hopefully we can accommodate as well. But I just need that confirmation.
If not, you'll just have to get instructions from the individual who wants to be here,
Madam.
I'm afraid. Okay.
Madam, I'm still available to be here tomorrow.
Good.
So.
Well,
and Councillor Bonney is as well.
Well, that's absolutely fine. Thank you, everybody. That's at least one good resolution. Thank you. Right, okay, so we're going to have, I don't know where you're going to sit. Sorry, Didn't know who to look at there because I don't know what you look like, so we haven't met you yet. So if you'd like to... Is that all right, everybody? Is that all right for you? Yep. Okay. Just 1 minute. Let's just get the... Right, Ms. Bruno, if you'd like to introduce your witness, please.
Thank you, Madam.
You have to remember to use your microphone.
Got it? Oh, it's got a red light on. It must be working.
Good morning, Mr. Lakin. For those following along, Mr. Lakin, you've produced a proof of evidence, which is core document 37.8.1, and you've attached to that proof a set of appendices which can be found at core document 37.8.2. You tell us in your proof of evidence who you are, what your qualifications are, and your professional memberships and experience. And in particular, you tell us that you're a member of the Chartered Institute for Archaeologists, that you've been an archaeologist since 1983, that you've got a BA degree in archaeology and Latin, and that you initially specialised in Roman archaeology, but have a wide experience of other archaeological periods, ranging from late Upper Paleolithic right the way through to the 20th century industrial period. Is that all correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you've also told us in your brief that you're a principal heritage consultant at Wessex Archaeology. And although you've come on board to the inquiry team more recently, you tell us that colleagues of yours at Wessex have been working on this scheme since 2019. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So in this evidence in chief, we're going to go to 3 documents if you want to open them up now. Mm-hmm. The first is your proof of evidence, core document 37.8.1. The second document's the appendices to your proof, which is 37.8.2. And then the third is the statement of common ground, which was submitted yesterday evening, which we've already been to this morning. So to begin, as the inspector said, we're going to have to set the scene in terms of the agreement that's been reached with KCC and how we've got to this point of agreement today. I think it's useful to separate out the 2 applications because the agreement that's been reached and how you've got there's different. So we'll start with the North, and for that, could you turn to the statement of common ground, addendum statement of common ground, PDF page 5. Which is numbered at the bottom as page 3.
Page 3. Yes.
You should see on that page the heading section 3, position for the northern site. And underneath that heading in 3.1, we're told that the applicants and the county council have an agreed position on the mitigation strategy and approach to archaeology for the northern site. And in 3.2, we're told that back in September of last year, Kent withdrew their objection to the northern scheme. Just taking a step back and a high-level summary of the steps along the way that got there, could you explain to us what materials went in support of the northern application on archaeology? What work was done?
Yes. The work on the northern site took a phased approach, starting with desk-based assessment. That's was encapsulated in the archaeological and landscape desk-based assessment. That activity drew on the historic environment record data that was available, aerophotographic evidence, and LiDAR surveys as well. That was supported by a geoarchaeological deposit modelling exercise, which used ground investigation results and publicly available data from the British Geological Survey to model the superficial deposits in the northern site and identify areas of potential for Paleolithic remains to survive. And the third...
Just on that one, there's no field work involved in that, is there? You use all...
There's all using information supplied from other sources. So the British Geological Survey collates former borehole data and makes it available on a public database. So there was no specific geoarchaeological interventions to allow that modelling. It was using already existing information. And the third element of the desk-based assessment and survey was the geophysical survey that was undertaken. The geophysical survey is a non-intrusive method of investigation, which in this case used magnetometry to identify where potential archaeological features might be present.
What degree, I mean, how does that actually work in the field, as it were?
The process involves walking grids with a sensor and collecting the responses as the surveyor walks across the site. That data is then interpreted to indicate where there are higher or lower areas of magnetic response. That is then plotted to show in the figures which come with the report, will indicate where there are potential ditches, pits or other features.
And just on that, if we turn back to PDF page 4 of the Statement of Common Ground, or numbered page, paginated page 2.
Sorry, I'm afraid my laptop has timed out. There we go. Sorry.
And there should be a table at the top of that page beginning assessment methodology.
Sorry, could you point me again?
PDF page 4 of the new Statement of Common Ground.
Yes.
And you can see there at the top, we're told that the methodologies used for the assessment are agreed to be appropriate. And then there's some reference there to the southern site, which we'll return to. That this table relates to both the north and the south. So it's right. Was there any methodological critique of any of that assessment work that you've just summarised from Kent in relation to the northern scheme?
In terms of how the work was undertaken, no. The methods by which were to be used were all agreed in advance by KCC. The written schemes of investigation were supplied, comment on them was made, and adjustments made if necessary prior to going on to site to undertake the work.
One final point on the north, just in terms of the common ground. There's reference in the evidence, the Statement of Common Ground, and from Councillor Bonney this morning about a potential causewayed enclosure on the northern site. Could you explain for us what that is?
What a causewayed enclosure is, yes.
What it is, how you've responded to it, and what position you reached on that with Kent?
Causewayed enclosures are features typical of the Neolithic. The way they appear on the ground are, if you like, round, circular or oval shapes. They are called causewayed because there are clear causeways across the ditch, presumably to allow access. These show up really very well as features in geophysics. And once that was identified, there was a process by which the applicant changed the parameter plans to accommodate the preservation in situ of that feature.
What were they used for?
Large gatherings for possibly religious purposes or trade. Meeting places, communal meeting places, I think would be the...
And So your geophysical survey identified that might be the case, and has further survey work been done then to investigate more or not?
No trench evaluation has taken place to confirm that. The decision was made to reserve that part of the site clear of any things which might result in ground or earth movement. So it's essentially preserved in situ.
And it covers the whole area, does it?
It's within one of the fields. Within one of the fields, fills most of it. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And on that, perhaps if we turn back to PDF page 5 of the Statement of Common Ground, or paginated page 3, which is that section beginning position for the northern site. Paragraph 3.2 deals with this point, the causewayed enclosure. And it's explained to us that following the revisions of the parameters plan that you've just explained, it was on that basis that Kent were happy to withdraw their objection, because, as you say, the parameter plans now include sufficient tolerance to preserve in situ that potential causewayed enclosure.
Yes, that's correct.
We're going to return to the north again at the end to pick up a couple of points Councillor Bonney raised, but for now that's the common ground with Kent on the north. Bit of a longer story on the south and a bit more to cover. But similar start as before. Could you take us back to the beginning and explain what work supported the southern application and whether there were any methodological critiques of that?
Yes, the same process was used on the southern part of the site. Desk-based assessment, geoarchaeological assessment using existing data, and geophysical survey.
And we'll come on to what Kent said the gaps in the evidence base were, but did Kent have any criticism of that work sort of on its own terms?
No, in the same way as for the north, the methodologies were agreed in advance and carried out as agreed.
But then, as we've heard this morning and is trailed in the evidence, unlike for the north, Kent said that there needed to be some field evaluation for the southern site. And as we've heard, that took place in February and March of this year. Could you provide an overview of what that field work entailed?
In consultation with Kent County Council, Wessex Archaeology developed an evaluation programme which was focused on areas where there was least flexibility within the parameter plans, so a greater need to understand what was in the ground and needed to be dealt with.
Can I just ask you, what do you mean by that? Why were those areas with least flexibility the important ones to focus on now?
Because those are the areas where understanding whether there is something of sufficient significance to merit preservation in situ might affect the flexibility of the design in that area, which in this particular case, for example, was the Spine Road, I believe. It gave the opportunity. It would give the opportunity to understand what was in the ground, how significant it was, and whether there were effectively showstoppers in those areas.
So, what particular areas then, or what particular features were you thinking would be less able to accommodate anything that might have national significance?
Well, our expectation, of course, it was led by the geophysical survey in particular as to the types of features that we might find, which seemed to be characteristic of prehistoric or early Roman rural settlement. If something, for example, like the villa that Councillor Bonney referred to, was present and not showing in the geophysics, that would be something which would have to be given consideration. The quantity of information available, of course, is something that we need to test. You know, how much data more material is, what is it showing about the use of the sites, would affect our understanding of whether they are of regional interest or national interest. And if of national interest, then the potential for those to be assessed for scheduling would have to be taken into account.
Sorry, but just going back to the geophysical survey, so the south site is very large, isn't it?
It is.
So did your surveyors go across the whole area?
No, the trench
Just before, I wonder if it would help while you give your answer to the inspector's question, if you turn to page, paginated page 5, PDF page 7 of the Statement of Common Ground, where you've got the map, the new one from last night, this morning. PDF 7, paginated 5. And you've got a map there of the sites and the 7 areas where the trenching was focused. I wonder whether in answering the inspector's question you could talk through briefly what those 7 areas are and why they were picked and why the areas not falling within those 7 areas could be left.
Okay. In terms of the selection of areas to examine, as I mentioned, the areas were targeted on the parts of the initial design where the spine road, for example, was going to go. For example, area 6 at the very northern end of the site is where it would join the current A2. And then areas 4 and 5 as it swings round further to the south. In selecting where the trenches were to go within those areas, we used the geophysical survey data to target features that were showing up and also to test areas where archaeological features had not shown in the geophysical survey in order to confirm that the picture we were getting from the geophysical survey was correct.
Sorry, but the geophysical survey comes first, doesn't it? And
yes, that's correct.
What you said, people walk along, your surveyors walk along and test what's underneath. Well, so did they walk the route then of the, or roughly the route of the proposed relief road? And what about, what happens if it will be under some of the residential areas? That's not really going to be... So
I should perhaps have clarified when I spoke earlier about the geophysical survey. The geophysical survey was undertaken over the whole footprint of the site where it was possible to survey. So, yeah, so it's, if you like, we get it's not a 100% picture because there are some areas where geophysical survey could not be undertaken because of the ground cover, for example. But that, if you like, gives you the wider picture, which is then targeted by the trenching in order to focus on where the archaeological features are showing up. And that targeting is influenced by where the design is going to be expected to do things which might affect the archaeological remains.
So the geophysical survey then, would that have included all the orchards and that sort of thing?
No, the orchards are not really particularly helpful for doing geophysical survey, basically because you can't walk the transects without bumping into trees.
Right, so the orchards were omitted, and obviously, and we've heard Highsted wood, obviously.
Yes, and the Highsted wood was not included.
No. So, all right, so because there are quite a few orchards, aren't there, really? So
yes.
They haven't even been looked at.
No, they have not been surveyed for geophysics or indeed for trenching. No.
Right, okay. So the trenching then took account of the geophysical survey, and was particularly, you said, concentrated on where the road would go. But I suppose my question then would be, what about the areas where the new residential, the Highsted village, and the one in Oakwood, is it called, in the north? What about those areas?
And the school.
Yeah.
Our approach has been that because of this I think we'll get onto when we talk about the archaeological mitigation strategy, is that the tiered approach allows evaluation work to occur before detailed design, where investigation of those areas will be possible when deciding what to focus on at this stage. Those 7 areas it was felt was key to confirm the results from the non-intrusive surveys and desk-based work.
So you're saying that the tiered approach, so all of the where the residential development would go, that hasn't been considered, and you're saying that can be considered later on, even if there would be, I mean, this was Historic England's point, wasn't it? Even if there are, there's archaeology of national importance which should be preserved in situ, well, that can't be done if there's going to be residential development on top of it.
I think, is this a time to move on to the...
Mr. Lake, just to in answer to the inspector's question before we will come on to the mitigation strategy later and how that could be accommodated. When you're answering those questions with the map open with the areas, you drew particular attention to Area 6 as one that's particular concern for the extent of opportunity for preservation in situ due to the road. You hadn't come on to, I think, Areas 1, 2 and 3, which are in a different part of the site. What were the particular thoughts underpinning why you were surveying Areas 1, 2 and 3? Sorry, trenching.
Trenching those areas. That was to take a look at the some of the what appeared to be rural settlement evidence in the southern part of the site.
Wondering if it would be worth us turning up one of the parameter plans, which is called document 8.2. And if possible, having it open at the same time as that plan we've been looking at from the Statement of Common Ground. So the plan from the Statement of Common Ground open with the 7 areas, and then also Southern Parameter Plan, core document 8.2. So I'm looking, for example, in the southwest corner of the parameter plan, there's a brown wash, which we can see on the key, tells us that that's development area, residential and mixed use. And then if I try and overlay that onto the Statement of Common Ground plan, which of the areas would you be thinking that corresponds with in the trial trenching plan? Sort of, is it perhaps the bottom corner?
So, if you'll bear with me a moment. I'm trying now to find the plan. Here we go. No. Apologies, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. There we go. here we are. Apologies. So area 2, I think.
Maybe just to take us a step back. So the inspector was asking you questions about the choice of these 7 areas for trial trenching. And you were saying one particular concern that you had, that one particular concern was to make sure that this targeted areas related to the road, and you pointed out area 6 in that regard. But if we've got the parameter plan open,
Yes.
and also this plan which shows the 7 areas and where they fall across the southern site, were there any other considerations that were driving which areas were selected other than the location of the road?
Yes, as you can see by comparing the areas of trenching with the parameter plan, many of the areas of trenching, so 4, 5, 6, are related to the road. Others are related to, for example, Highsted Village West.
On the statement of common ground, if we could turn to PDF page 7, which is the one we're already on it. We have paragraph 4.4, and if you turn over the page to PDF page 8, we're told that the methodology by which the evaluation was carried out was laid out in a written scheme of investigation, which was appended to the previous statement of common ground. So when these 7 areas were selected, was that something that you discussed with Mr. Mason at KCC?
Yes. Initially, I understand, and I was not involved at this point, but my colleagues discussed an outline of where the trenches might go. That I understand was issued in December of last year. That was then turned into an initial draft written scheme of investigation that was shared with KCC, comment taken, and then those comments addressed in a revised draft, which was then agreed in January of this year.
And more recently, to what extent, if any, has there been discussions or interactions with Mr. Mason whilst this work's been undertaken?
So once the work was underway on site, Mr. Mason made visits to monitor the work as it was taking place on a fairly regular basis. On one occasion, I met him there, and we took a look at, in this particular case, areas 4 and 6. In fact, during the course of the works, interim reports of the results were supplied from those areas of trenching which were done first, and areas 1, 2, 3 and 7 were provided during the course of the field work. An interim report for areas 4, 5 and 6 was provided shortly after the field work was completed. Comments from those interim reports were then fed back into the full evaluation report.
One of the concerns that Councillor Bonnie raised this morning in her evidence in chief was that she said she had concerns about a collaborative approach that's referred to in the AMS and your evidence translating into action. And I just wondered if you had any reflections on what your experience so far has been on that collaborative approach.
I might take an example from the evaluation trenching, which was around the use of contingency trenching to further examine points which were coming out during the evaluation. The methodology that we had agreed with Kent County Council allowed a proportion of contingency trenching to be drawn on if the results were showing things of interest which need to be further investigated. And in fact, in Area 4, that contingency was drawn on at Mr. Mason's suggestion, having made a site visit and seen things which were not showing up in the geophysics showing up in some of the evaluation trenching, and that needed to be larger areas or more trenches needed to be opened in order to properly examine that.
One of Councillor Bonney's other concerns was the speed in which this trenching was undertaken. Is that something that's been of particular concern to you?
Well, I wouldn't deny that it's been a very rapid exercise, yes. However, the results that were gained are absolutely supportable. The reporting has been done as to a high standard. I can help out with the pottery, perhaps, maybe. Yes, the work was all done quickly, but to the WSI and to Kent County Council's satisfaction.
In terms of that reporting and what you found, obviously we've seen the table already with the various areas, but it's all brought to a conclusion on PDF, page 11 of the Statement of Common Ground, which is paginated, page 9. We're looking at paragraph 5.2. And you tell us there that the remains are mostly of late Iron Age Roman date, and that includes remains that are of regional significance. But you agree with County Council that no remains have been identified in the evaluation that are demonstrably of national significance. This morning, Councillor Bonney, I think, focused particularly on the items of potential regional significance in Area 4. And to summarise, she says, well, regionally important is perhaps still important, and particularly important to local people. Particularly with reference to this paragraph 5.2, could you explain in policy terms why that distinction between regional and national significance matters?
In developing our understanding of significance, if we are happy that the remains we're finding are of regional significance, they are not of a schedulable quality necessarily. Whereas if they were of national significance, then we will be getting towards the point where we will be looking at significant adverse effects on them. And we would have to apply a different policy test to those things. So in the local plan terms around DM 34, I believe it is, the non-designated archaeological remains versus scheduled remains. If we are to consider remains of national significance to be the equivalent to scheduled monuments.
Perhaps it'd be worth turning up the framework, which is National Planning Policy Framework.
Right.
Yeah. Core document 16.1. If you go through to page 61.
Core document.
With paragraph 213 at the top.
Yes.
So we have 213, and then B, there's policy which relates to assets of the highest significance, notably scheduled monuments. And just for clarity, are there any scheduled monuments on either the northern or the southern?
There are no scheduled monuments within the boundaries of the site.
And then footnote 75, something both you and Mr. Mason refer to in your evidence. That's at the very bottom of this page. And there we're told non-designated heritage assets of archaeological interest, which is demonstrably of equivalent significance to scheduled monuments, should be considered subject to the policies for designated heritage assets. When the framework refers to assets demonstrably of equivalent significance to scheduled monuments, what does that mean?
It means that they would have a potential to hold evidence of such a nature as to be of national or international interest or significance.
So then conversely, if
they do not hold that,
if it's local, regional, something in between, which policies in the framework would we be concerned with?
We would be looking at, sorry, at the bottom of the page. We'd be looking at 214, I believe. So, sorry, beg your pardon. Sorry, beg your pardon. We're looking at paragraph 216.
So non-designated assets.
The effect of an application on the significance of a non-designated heritage asset should be taken into account in determining the application, and in weighing applications that directly or indirectly affect non-designated heritage assets, a balanced judgment will be required, having regard to the scale of harm or loss and the significance of the heritage asset.
So we can see there, reading in that footnote 75 and what's meant by significance equivalent to scheduled monument, that distinction between what is and isn't nationally important. On the basis of the trial trenching that you and your team have conducted now across the southern site, did you find anything of national importance?
No, we did not.
And is that an agreed position with KCC?
It is.
Tying together then this part of going back to the new statement of common ground. Same page, paragraph 5.6.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimate conclusion between you and Mr. Mason, it's agreed that conditions similar to those agreed for the northern site will be sufficient to set out the process by which subsequent phases of investigation can be accommodated prior to or within the construction programme.
Mm-hmm.
Does that reflect where we get to? Would that be fair to describe that as the ultimate conclusion?
It is.
Just one more point before we move on to a different topic, to pick up a point that the inspector raised. Could we go to core document 9.2.98?
Geophysics survey, yes.
And if you could turn through to page 38 of this document.
38. Mm-hmm. So that's PDF page 38, yes?
Yes, PDF.
Mm-hmm.
The inspector asked you some questions about the geographical extent of survey coverage, and I just wondered, with the benefit of that plan open, whether you might, that might have, if I'd have taken you there earlier, it might have assisted you in answering the question, but I just wondered if you could talk us through what was surveyed across the southern site.
Okay. You can see the extent of the site marked in red. And then you'll see also two different kinds of grey tone shown. The darker of the grey tone is what we call grayscale output from the geophysical survey. If you like, it's a photograph of what was found, and that indicates the areas where geophysical survey was undertaken. The lighter tone, and that's actually surrounded by a blue line as well. That's quite difficult to see unless you expand the view a little. The lighter grey tone, I believe, indicates where the orchards are. So the extent of survey within the red line boundary is essentially the darker grey tone. Yeah, the darker grey tone is outlined with blue. You'll see in the key it says detailed survey extent. It's not really terribly clear on the figure unless you expand the view.
So I'm just trying to find the light. I'll find a bit of light grey. I see.
Yeah. So a sort of mid-grey tone is the grayscale from the output of the geophysical survey.
I'm so sorry, just to pause it, I missed what you said then. The light grey.
The light grey, I believe, is indicated. It's the base map and it's showing where woodland is, which explains why we're not surveying within that area.
I'm not sure it shows where the orchards are. Mm-hmm. But there's some white bits as well, aren't there? Maybe.
Yes, to the north of the south site. There were areas which are not surveyed, some of them I think because they are orchards, which are not showing on the base map, but also in area 6 where the trenching by the road was done, it's my understanding that there was crop or some other reason for not being able to access that area.
What about the bit just by the A2 of the southern site where the Roman road was found? That's in white, isn't it?
It is, yes. The geophysical survey was not done there.
No, so why was trial trenching done there then?
Trial trenching in that area was focusing on what we reasonably expected to be roadside settlement associated with the Roman road, which follows roughly but not exactly the line of the modern A2.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Perhaps with this plan open, maybe to pick up another of Councillor Bonney's points, which I think was that perhaps what should have been done was taking out some areas of ancient woodland or at least orchards in order to carry out more extensive trenching. Would you...
just to pause you there, I don't normally jump in on these things, but Councillor Bonney didn't say that her preference would have been for ancient woodland to have been taken out. She said that it was just something that they couldn't assess because the ancient woodland was there. She was quite clear that she wasn't advocating.
Okay, apologies. Do you have anything you'd like to respond to in terms of how that was put then, in terms of ability to investigate the ancient woodland?
they go off, do they? No. Yes. Earlier this year, my colleague Mr. Piggott and Mr. Mason from KCC went to Highsted Woods to do a walkover survey to have a look at the earthworks that were there. And as a result of that, we have prepared an assessment of Highsted Woods using that walkover, previous information from the Highsted Archaeology Group work that was done in the 1990s, and with input from LiDAR as well, in an attempt to assess what archaeological features are, which archaeological features are present in the wood, and how that might be taken forwards. That assessment report is an appendix to my proof of evidence.
Just for the inspector's note, that's the third appendix to your
That's
proof,
the
DL3.
appendix to my proof of evidence, yes.
If we could turn back to the addendum statement of common ground then to tie this together. We were on PDF page 11 or paginated page 9. And we looked at 5.6 as where it's agreed that conditions are ultimately sufficient to deal with archaeology. Mm-hmm. Beneath that, you can see that geoarchaeology and Paleolithic potential are a separate section in this addendum statement of common ground. And I just wondered if you could explain sort of why that's been separated out, and also the position that's now been agreed position reached in that section 6 of the statement of common ground.
Mm-hmm. There is an understood interest in Paleolithic remains present in this part of Kent. The nature of the remains and the deposits in which they're present are rather different to what you might call the surface archaeology, which was being investigated through the non-intrusive surveys and the trenching. The remains are quite often very deeply buried, in some cases 4 meters or more below current ground level. The approach taken to understanding them here relied on the geoarchaeological desk-based assessment, which took existing information to map where the kinds of geological deposits which might have high potential for Paleolithic remains could be found on the site. And that was done for both the north and south parts of the site. And that, if you like, has been taken as a separate piece of activity away from the investigation of the later prehistoric and subsequent archaeology, which has been investigated through trial trenching. A proposal for further investigation of those deposits to confirm their potential for to contain Paleolithic remains has been put forward, and we propose to do that as part of the mitigation strategy, which will take forward the rest of the investigations on the site.
That would be done before any development took place?
Indeed, it would take place before the detailed design took place.
Or the road?
Yes, in order to inform the design of those elements of the scheme.
So, supposing some is found then, so how is that going to be dealt with?
The proposed approach to the mitigation strategy is, first of all, to understand what we are dealing with. The first parts of that have already occurred with the desk-based and non-intrusive work. We've started to do it with the evaluation work. The next stage is to complete the picture through more evaluation trenching and, for example, in the case of the geoarchaeology, trial pitting. The decision tree at that point then is are the remains of demonstrably national significance or not? And then is there sufficient flexibility in the design to alter the design to take the impact away from them or not? And alternatively, if the remains cannot be preserved in situ, can they be preserved by record? That is to say, excavated.
Just pausing there, I think some points to unpack on that. In the appendices to your proof, which is core document 37.8.2, you provide a draft archaeological mitigation strategy, or AMS, and that begins on PDF page 72, which I think is also paginated, page 72. Appendices to Mr. Lakin's proof.
8.2, yes, appendices. Can you remind me of the page?
Page 72 for appendix DL4.
DL4. Oh.
That Mr. Young said wasn't agreed.
It's not agreed, but I'm just taking him to it to explain the decision tree he just referred to.
So, yes, I've... do you have a paragraph that you want to
So the document begins on page 72, and if we then turn through to page 79, by the section 1.2 headed structure of the application. And in 1.2.1, the AMS explains that due to the nature, scale and complexity of the proposed development, it will need to be developed in a series of phases. As a result, the application seeks approval for a tiered hierarchy of applications, which are subsequently submitted for approval. And then we get Tier 1, Tier 2 and Tier 3, which Councillor Bonney referred to this morning. If you then just turn through to page 81, where there's a helpful diagram. I know you just started to explain what the decision-making tree is a moment ago, but I just wondered if you could take us through what each of those three tiers are and the work that you expect will be undertaken in respect of each of them.
So, if you like, we're working from the left-hand side of the diagram towards the right-hand side. The first thing that we would do is to review the works undertaken to date and see what they mean for the design. Agree the archaeological mitigation strategy, which, as we say, we have shared a draft of, but that is a draft at this stage. And then, having agreed the archaeological mitigation strategy, we would prepare written schemes of investigation to take the work forwards. That is, if you like, the methodologies by which further intrusive investigations would take place, and indeed potentially if more non-intrusive survey is required as well, perhaps in those areas which were not previously surveyed because access or ground cover was not possible. That would then lead into the next stage of field work, if you like, the equivalent of the evaluation report that was produced for the recent works. Review what that showed us about what's on the site, and then take a decision about what effect that had on the design, whether there were any elements of the design which needed to be altered in order to accommodate preservation in situ. or if
I thought we'd... So the preservation in situ, you're talking about the Paleolithic stuff now. I thought we'd already decided that the significance was only up to regional, so why would you want to preserve in situ? Or would you?
as a general rule, preservation in situ, if possible, is certainly from Historic England's point of view, the preferred approach.
Okay.
On the basis that investigative techniques are bound to improve, and the amount of information you can get out of a particular set of archaeological deposits will be better in 50 years' time than it is now. Archaeology is essentially a destructive process. So if you excavate something, you have removed that potential for future study.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lake, before you continue, could I ask you a follow-up question on that? One of Councillor Bonney's concerns, I think, was that there might be things that are interesting archaeologically, and then, as she said, they might end up with a roundabout on top or other forms of development. And I just wondered how that fitted in with the points you've just made. As an archaeologist, do you share the local concern about sort of leaving interesting things in the ground?
Yes, I think it would be fair to say that, as I've just mentioned, that there is a preference for preservation in situ. The alternative, of course, is preservation by record, which is to excavate and then understand what there is there. A necessary corollary of the preservation by record is that information which is gained is disseminated either through academic publications, popular publications, or interpretation boards, artifacts in museums, and so forth. So that, if you like, what comes with the process of excavating excavating archaeology is, because you've destroyed it, you must make your records available in order for other people to understand what you've done. Is that what you were yeah.
And then, sorry, I interrupted you and you were talking us through tiers 2 and 3.
Yes. So the next thing, if you like, once we have got our baseline fully up to date and agreed what it is that can be preserved in situ and what must be preserved by record, then that turns into a series of interventions at tier 3, which is either to put in place those protections which ensure that preservation in situ is effective, or to excavate the remains that we're going to preserve by record, and agreeing the methodologies that will be used, the ways in which the information will be archived and made available and publicly disseminated. Which is stage.
So, as we said, this isn't an agreed document. Has Kent provided feedback to you on the detail of this draft AMS?
The feedback was we need to talk about it a bit more.
And perhaps for that, if we could turn back to the addendum, the new statement of common ground. PDF page 3.
PDF page 3.
Which is paginated page 1.
Okay.
And I'm looking at paragraph 1.2, and it's the text below the numbers 2 to 7. In particular, that final sentence: the parties agree that the archaeological mitigation strategy will be addressed after the grant of consent in accordance with the proposed conditions. So now that you've got some feedback from Mr. Mason at Kent, how is it that will be taken forward, sort of outside of the inquiry process today?
Well, we would well, in consultation with Mr. Mason, take a look at the strategy and the way it's structured, what methodologies might be used, and particularly around the timing of interventions. Some interventions, for example, around geoarchaeology, we are looking at doing very early in the process, for example.
I suppose critically, the proposal isn't for, you're not asking the inspector to condition this draft document.
No.
How have you proposed to deal with the AMS through the conditions in your proof?
Yes, so we would develop the AMS in agreement and then submit. Well, the draft conditions set out how we would approach this. When we have got an agreed draft, we'll go to seek. Sorry, I'm not really following your logic, I don't think.
Perhaps if we could, what's the best way? I suppose if you go to the final page of the Statement of Common Ground, paragraph 7.3. Proposal is to include approval of an AMS, so at a later stage, got draft AMS, as we've said, not agreed, but the proposal is to have that submitted and approved in the event that permission is granted. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
One point which you make in your, or an issue you discuss in your proof is sort of how common it is or otherwise for this post-consent approach to be taken for large-scale development. And if we go to your proof,
I'm at 37 point. Beg your pardon. Here. No.
Page 20, please. I'm looking at paragraph 4.3.16. Paragraph 4.3.16 on page 20. And you say there that you note that this sort of post-consent approach, the one that's now been agreed with Kent, in respect of large-scale major development has been approved elsewhere, including in Kent. And you provide some examples in table 3 of your proof, which begins over the page. The first line on that table is a scheme in Y, and you summarise the issues in the second column of that table. And I just wondered if there was anything on that you wanted to draw to the inspector's attention.
Yes, I mean, you'll note from the heading on the table that these examples particularly relate to consideration of Paleolithic assessment, which is why we have chosen these particular examples. The example at Y we've put forward to show that this post-consent approach is acceptable and not out of the ordinary at all. I would say as well that in terms of non-Paleolithic, so later, if you like, archaeology, it is not unknown elsewhere in the country as well. I'm currently working on a solar farm in Nottinghamshire where this approach is being put forward as well.
And then I think there was something you wanted to add in relation to the second example in your table on Ebbsfleet.
Yes, there is a clarification. The Ebbsfleet application has not formally been consented yet. There is a resolution to agree this, which is, I believe, awaiting Section 106 agreement. But there is on record a meeting approving this in principle. Do we need to reference the report? We don't have them in the documents, do we? No.
Thank you. Then just finally, 3 points just to pick up that we haven't covered already from Councillor Bonney's evidence this morning. The first one relates to her particular concerns around archaeological theft and night walkers. And I just wondered what your take on that was, whether that's something you're particularly concerned about in relation to
I
this
think,
scheme.
first of all, the term is normally night hawkers. Night walkers conjures up a very different picture, I have to say. Theft from archaeological sites is by no means unknown, and some areas are more prone to it than others. I have had a chat with some of my colleagues who work in and around the Sittingbourne area, and it is undoubtedly a feature, although in some cases it is related more to common criminality than specifically heritage-targeted crime. Night hawking, per se, is an activity, effectively illicit metal detecting, which is undertaken in the hours of dark, as you might expect. Kent is perhaps slightly more prone to that, it would seem, than other areas of the country, statistically. When you're looking at the heritage crime figures, but not significantly more so. In terms of securing the sites and preventing heritage theft, the methodologies by which the fieldwork, the excavation will take place, would incorporate measures to protect the site if that was necessary. And it sounds as if that was the approach taken on the site that Councillor Bonney went to as well. In terms of preemptive security, I think an assessment will probably be made as to the likelihood of theft. It is generally less likely the further away from habitation you get, to be fair. But it is a known problem, and methodologies can be put in place to prevent it, either through fencing or having on-site security.
So that was point number 1. Point number 2 related to the northern sites, and Councillor Bonney had particular concerns in relation to the archaeology beneath the Stones Farm site. Mm-hmm. And I just wondered if you had any particular response to those concerns.
My understanding, I think, was that there was a lack of understanding of what was present in our site, potentially related to that. And the approach, of course, would be, as we've discussed around the tiering of investigations, that we would evaluate what actually survives in situ and go through the same decision tree about preservation or by preservation in situ or preservation by record in light of what actually survives in the ground.
And then final particular area of concern related to Highsted Wood, I think. Mm-hmm. You sort of explained the general approach under the AMS, but do you have any particular reflections on Highsted Wood in particular?
Yes, I touched on the assessment of Highsted Wood earlier. It is obviously because it's ancient woodland, and it's not particularly susceptible to the kind of trenching approach that we've done elsewhere. We have put forward proposed investigation methodologies in the Highsted Wood assessment document, which is appended in the appendices for my proof. Do you want to take a look at that?
if you wanted to go there, it begins on page 51. So, apologies. The rebuttals to Ms. Lakin's proof, core document 37.8.2. Oh, I'm so sorry. Appendices to his proof, core document 37.8.2. It begins on page 51, which is Highsted Wood's additional assessment. On page 66, you consider the potential impact of the spine road. I'm not sure if that's where you wanted to go.
Exploring through very slowly, yes. Are we? Yes, it comes after the table of identified assets. If I may, the conclusion that is made is that there is potentially an effect from the spine road. There are identified assets within there, and they might be an effect. The development, I'm citing from paragraph 423. The key point to bring out here is that actually earthworks and archaeological features within wooded areas can be affected by tree root action, which may well have affected whatever archaeological remains were present within this site.
And then just perhaps one final reference to complete the picture on... Oh, sorry.
The Highsted Wood.
Highsted Wood, just one... Apologies.
Oh, no, you're going to carry on, sorry.
Yeah, one final question on Highsted Wood. If you move forward in this document to page 90, which actually takes us back into the AMS that we were looking at before. And there's a reference to Highsted Woods in 4.4.1. And I just wondered if you could explain to us the thinking underpinning that item of further work.
The assessment was undertaken by a visual inspection of the site, use of records of previous investigation and LiDAR data. The LiDAR data is quite coarse-grained, so the if you like, the accuracy of where it's plotting things is less precise than a topographical survey, a conventional landscape survey, which is what we have proposed as an approach here to understand what the earthworks in that location actually look like.
That was my final question.
What conclusion have you drawn as to the significance of the archaeology in the part of Highsted Woods that will be affected by the road?
Mm-hmm. There are earthwork features present which might indicate particular kinds of activity in that area. There is a possibility of some kind of defended enclosure. The very small scale interventions that have taken place previously have provided evidence of both Neolithic, Bronze Age and indeed later activity, which might give an indication of what those topographical features are related to. There are also clearly much later features present on the site, former field boundaries, which are mapped on the historical mapping, so are of relatively recent date and on that basis of less interest. But understanding the earthworks and their potential date would allow us to better understand the significance.
Well, so we don't know, in other words.
I think that would be fair to say.
So if we don't know, then we can't say that they may not be of national significance.
Mm-hmm. And our further work hopefully will elucidate that.
Yeah, but it might be too late, mightn't it?
Taking the tiered approach, one would look to evaluate that area at a point where it was possible to undertake design changes, or potentially accept that preservation by record was necessary at that location.
Even if it's of national significance?
There would be a debate at that point, I'm sure.
Sorry?
I think that would be a point for discussion, yes.
Apologies, Madam, I did have a question to follow up on that. In your appendices, Mr. Lakin, at page 64,
Sorry.
Page 64 of the appendices.
Page 64.
Page 64 of your appendices, 37.8.2. And I just wondered if you could talk us through this table, which deals with the significance of the earthworks.
So, the table left-hand column relates to the assets identified in the mapping, the ID numbers. It describes the type of feature that is being talked about, and then ascribes a significance to it based on the rationale in the final column. In terms of our current understanding, you'll notice that for the most part, our assessment of significance at the moment is that they are low or negligible, with some assessed as being low to medium. And in one case, the holloway, in two cases, the holloway and the double ditch, this is unknown. These are the areas where there might be a requirement to further understand what. These are indeed the places where we need to do further investigation in order to properly assign significance.
And I have one final question. I promise it is a final one this time. If we go back to your proof, main proof, page 54. Page 54 of the proof. And I'm looking at paragraph 6.4.5. So the inspector would ask you questions about significance. And I just wondered on different question, but whatever the significance is, what your overall conclusions on residual effects post-mitigation would be.
Yes. I'll read 6.4.5, I suppose. Where mitigation can't take the form of preservation in situ, preservation by record is proposed. Preservation by situ will entirely preserve the significance of the asset. In the case of preservation by record, there will be a residual effect because actually we are going to be removing the archaeology. The record made stands essentially in place of the thing itself, but as I mentioned earlier, the ability to understand the significance, the interest in that archaeological feature is dependent on the techniques available at the time, which can be expected to improve, and therefore we are not going to get the maximum amount of information out of that particular archaeological feature, for example, which we might have got had we left it to be preserved in situ to be looked at later. But our approach to this is that the record is as good as it can be at the time that it's made, and so the residual effect is negligible as a result. It does not. There is not a significant residual effect.
Thank you, Madam. That completes my questions in chief.
Right, we'll reserve any questions you have till after lunch. So we will have a break until 2:10. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. Okay, fine. Okay, that's fine. You'll have to throw me the sandwich. What I could do with, however. Oh.
It is now 10 past 2, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So, Mr. Bell, your questions, please.
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Lakin. I'm here with the purpose of asking questions on behalf of the Five Parishes group, and obviously you've heard from Councillor Bonney earlier this morning. I don't have a huge amount to ask you, largely because I'm going to attempt to be quite direct. But what I have is under kind of three broad subject headings. The first one I'm entitling Too Little, Too Late. The second one is going to be entitled Showstoppers, and then the last one is Theft. In respect of Too Little, Too Late, we heard this morning Councillor Bonney's concerns about the amount of work that was being put into examining the sites, and in particular the northern site. Now, in respect of the northern site, do you agree that there have in the past been some regionally significant finds from development at that area?
Yes, I would agree that archaeological interest is present in the area.
Thank you. And you are presumably aware of the significance of Tong Castle, and also the finds at Stones Farm that Councillor Bonney outlined, and in addition the statue of Triton. Mm-hmm. Now, bearing in mind those have already been found within the vicinity of the northern site, is it likely that more is laying under the ground within the proximity of those sites?
I think it will be, yes, I would say archaeological remains are likely to be present on the northern side. Whether they will be of a degree of interest equivalent to those sites that you've previously mentioned, which are outside of
yes.
the site, will become apparent or not when further evaluation is undertaken.
So, kind of in essence, without actually physically digging within the ground, we don't know of any kind of the significance of anything that might be there.
Our approach has been that the work to date has sufficiently characterised the archaeology and the potential archaeology to give us confidence that the approach we are taking, which is to undertake evaluation trenching in Tier 2 to complete the picture, is a suitable and effective way of undertaking an investigation of the site in a way that will allow proper decisions to be made about preservation in situ or preservation by record.
In terms of proper decisions, is it the case that there aren't any proper decisions that need to be made at this stage?
We are agreed with KCC that we have the information that we need in order to make the appropriate decisions at this stage, yes.
Now, maybe to be clear at this point, although there's agreements between your clients and Kent County Council, in respect of my group of clients, we're not bound to those agreements, and we're perfectly entitled not to agree. Do you understand?
I do indeed.
Thank you. Now, not trenching within the northern site, knowing what has been found nearby, is that a prudent approach?
Our approach is to trench in order to understand what's going on at Tier 2, which will give us time. There is time within the tiered arrangement to allow the archaeological remains uncovered in any trenching to properly inform a design.
Now, this is straying into my second topic slightly, but it's worth doing now. So into showstoppers. Now, knowing that we can't be sure that there are any showstoppers out there at the moment, but that will be informed at Tier 2. And I use the term showstopper because that's a term that you use during your evidence-in-chief. A showstopper does have the potential to stall development, doesn't it? By which I mean, if you're working to a development timetable within the confines of a time-limited planning permission, if you identify a significant find that could take a significant period of time to resolve in terms of going back to the drawing board in respect of design.
The structured approach to dealing with archaeology laid out in the AMS is such that the time required, should something be identified which requires to be excavated, is identified at an early stage, incorporated into the design at the tier 3 stage and dealt with at the tier 3 stage. So you have you have enough depth of time to properly deal with anything that you might find that requires a degree of time to deal with.
And this is the unagreed AMS.
The unagreed.
So that would still have to be agreed and factored into that timing element of it.
Indeed.
Now, obviously, if the Secretary of State were to grant permission for this outline scheme, that's effectively the firing gun, isn't it? The starting gun for this time to sort all of this archaeology out, start running. Would it have been prudent for you or your firm to have advised the clients to undertake a more detailed review at this stage rather than saving everything up for tier 2? Because this isn't just a site for housing. This isn't just a site proposed for a wetland, is it? This is a significant site that has many elements to it, all of which have their own potential issues that could arise affecting the timetable for delivery.
Indeed. The development has, as you say, many elements to it, some of which are more flexible in their detailed design than others, some elements of which might potentially impact on archaeological remains more than others. However, given the timescales involved in delivering the scheme as a whole, it is possible to take a segmented approach to this, dealing with individual phases as they come forward in the structured approach put forward in the AMS, which gives sufficient time to understand what you're dealing with and design and mitigate appropriately.
I mean, in terms of sufficient time, we're talking about finds that we don't know as to what they are or where they are going to be found. So it's hard to forecast, isn't it, what sufficient time might be?
Archaeology is a discipline which has inherent uncertainties about it, because until such point as you open the ground, you don't know what you're going to find. You might have a reasonably good idea of what you're going to find. However, it's not until you open the ground. I would also say that unexpected discoveries may occur at any point in the process. Evaluation is a sampling exercise which looks at a proportion of the site and characterises the site using that. It is possible that unexpected discoveries may be made, if you like, in the gaps between the trenches, which will only become apparent to you at a later stage. The methodologies employed and the way that an AMS will be structured allows for the possibility of unexpected discoveries at any point and has a mechanism for adapting to that.
Surely, in the circumstances where you're dealing with a discipline where it's widely acknowledged that uncertainties could arise at any time, as a developer, you would want to start on a front foot by preloading as much of the early investigative work as possible. Would that not be a prudent approach?
I can't answer for a developer. I can answer as an archaeologist. I would say that I would obviously want to know as much as I could know about a site. Now, what I would point out, however, is that that is not necessarily consonant with a proportionate approach to investigation, which national policy requires us to follow. Enough to understand, not understand everything, enough to understand at the point where you are making a decision.
I mean, it would be, in terms of proportionality, it would be different, wouldn't it, for a site of, say, 20 houses, the level of investigation you might feel you needed to do as opposed to a development such as this?
Yes, I would agree.
There is a risk, isn't there, if the timetable is derailed, say, by something that may have been identified earlier before the timetable kicked in effectively, that quite a lot of time and money could be expended.
Archaeology can be an expensive process, yes.
Thank you. Now, can I just take you to the plan found in the addendum statement of common ground? We were looking at this earlier. It's the one that shows the trial trenches just above paragraph 4.3 on printed page 5, which I think is PDF page 7.
Sorry, that's the statement of common ground.
Yes, the one that was served at, provided to us at 7:01 last night.
Okay, and can you remind me of the paragraph reference?
So it's just above paragraph 4.3. So it's 4.2. The table is actually...
Oh, yes.
Yes. Sorry. So here we have, obviously, the evaluation areas that were identified. And what my clients are particularly interested in is the area above Area 7. You see it says Cromer's Road.
Yes, I can.
And you're aware that within that area of Cromer's Road, either side of it, that's where the chalk pits are.
Indeed.
And if we have a quick look back in Councillor Bonney's proof at section 6, which is, it's core document 42.6.2. And it's section 6, which is page 17, helpfully the same on the printed as the PDF.
Apologies, my laptop has just done something very strange.
I find that happens whenever you have a parameter plan open.
So can you remind me of the paragraph number?
So it's paragraph 6.1, and it's on PDF page 17.
Ah, yes, indeed.
So here we have Mrs. Feeks's map showing what was found in the chalk pit. And kind of quite close to the road, we have Iron Age graves and urns. And then in the lower chalk pit, or chalk pit 3, we have marked banks and ditches, which I won't pretend to understand. But essentially the chalk pits have these finds in them. And you accept that those are items that were found in the chalk pits.
Indeed.
And now, having complained bitterly about parameters plans, I'm going to take you to core document 7.31.6. It's the transport assessment, and rapidly becoming a firm favourite of the inquiry, the plan showing the road infrastructure. 7.31.6.
731.6.
And if we could go to PDF page 64. Madam, if you're working to the online version, it's unpaginated, but I think it's 3 pages from the end of the document. It's sheet plan number 5. Sorry, PDF 64.
So where is that? Sheet 5, did you say?
It's sheet 5, yes. So it's kind of the top right-hand corner.
Oops. Come on.
And Madam, now I've got a spinning wheel. I have. Mr. Lakey, can I check, have you been able to get that plan up?
I have on page 64 drainage layout sheet 5 of 8.
Yes, that's the one. And you can see the proposal for the road is set out across the middle of that.
Indeed.
Madam, I'm going to be comparing it to the plan at 4.2 in the addendum statement of common ground. And Madam, this is 7.31.6, the transport assessment for the south, page 64. The map in the addendum statement of common ground from last night.
Sorry, I can't open that 731.6. I don't want to hold things up.
So it's in respect of Area 7. Now, if we have a look in the addendum statement of common ground, Area 7, there is a small corner that goes onto Cromer's Road. And I don't think it extends as far as the chalk pits. Is that right?
I don't have the trench plan open in front of me.
But the area...
But I imagine we would not have trenched the chalk pits, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you have a look at where this piece of road infrastructure is to go in 7.316... This goes across Cromer's Road and away from Area 7. You've got a significant piece of road structure. And it's going into an area that it seems no investigation has been carried out. It wasn't identified as one of the 7 areas for trenching. Why?
If you'll excuse me, I think I would need to refer to the written scheme investigation for trenching, which sets out the rationales for trenching. I will need to find that document if you'll give me a moment. I think it's in the appendix.
What document are you thinking?
The written scheme of investigation for the evaluation trenching, which I think is one of the appendices to my proof of evidence. I think. I'm just testing. I'm just going to take a look at that.
Just one with all the plans.
Where are we at? No, here we go.
The interim state. Oh no, that won't be it.
So we're here. So here we go. So I believe. That's 2. The interim statement, sorry. Beg your pardon. Archaeological investigation strategy. Field work. Beg your pardon, Adam. I'm going to have to search for that document.
Sorry. Is it one of your appendices, you think?
It's in the appendix to the original statement of common ground.
Right. Well done, Mr. Young.
So that's CD reference. Martin, thank you.
Appendix, which appendix is it? Appendix 1. Oh, say page 10. Page 10, did you say? Okay. Very good.
So, page 10. Page 10 in the printed copy explains the general objectives and the site-specific objectives for what we propose to do. And reporting. Oh. Okay. The rationale behind the selection is included in section 1.3, where we talk about the areas and how they fit in to the historic environment assessment areas, which were defined in the desk-based assessment. And area 7, the rationale behind it is explained at paragraph 1.3.15 and 1.3.16. That sets the topographical and geological reason for going to area 7, and then that is followed up by a section at 2.2.9 and 2.10, which explains the archaeological background and the geological interest in the site.
I mean, would it be fair to summarise? I'd be careful how I do this, but would it be fair to summarise that as being the focus was on kind of Highsted Woods in terms of identifying Area 7?
One of the reasons for going there is it's explained in 2.2.9 is around the geophysical results and the cluster of high magnetic responses which were detected there. This is expected to have, you can see in the text there, what we thought might be occurring.
So, in respect of the other side of Cromer's Road from Area 7, obviously the point is that the chalk pit where the Iron Age graves are found is on the other side of the road. There was no consideration at all to trenching in that area?
No, the chalk pit has already been excavated. The remains have been uncovered.
I mean, it's the area in close proximity to the chalk pit. So you have the chalk pit, and then you have a whole area that runs kind of all the way along to Rodmersham within the red line boundary. Mm-hmm. Now, was any thought given to the prospect of finds found in close proximity to the chalk pit within that area?
I can't personally answer that question because I was not involved in the exercise, and that information has not been captured in the written scheme of investigation.
Had you been involved, would you have advised on trenching within close proximity to an area in which finds such as graves, urns, coffins, and there's a lime kiln relatively close by, according to Mrs. Feekes's plan.
I would say that within the bounds of what we're with the time and resources available to us and the questions that we had to answer, a decision clearly had to be made about where to focus resources, and those resources were focused on areas where questions needed to be answered and not focused on areas where those questions could be answered later.
And the time and resources that you had were dictated by this inquiry timetable?
To an extent, yes.
Yet this is a proposal that's been in the pipeline for some time.
I believe so, yes. Since 2019, I believe.
Should this not have been done far earlier?
It could have been done earlier.
Could or should, in your view?
Well, I was not party to the decisions, and I cannot therefore be entirely aware of the factors that were applying. Personally,
are you surprised it's being done now? Or it was being done then?
It has been done, and the results are as they are. They've informed us.
The question is, does it surprise you that this is being done now?
No.
And so it is not of surprise or concern that archaeological work for a significant planning proposal is being done at the start of a planning inquiry into that proposal.
Oh, if I can unpack that one. It does not surprise me, because I have been involved in many of these things. However, where the decision, where archaeological information is required to make a decision, and there is no scope for change after that decision has been made, then the amount of work and type of work to be done it needs to be different to one where there is scope to gain information at a later stage and still inform the design and allow change to take place, which is the basis of the structured approach through the 3 tiers.
Now, appreciating that you've come into this relatively late in the day, if that's fair, but in your professional opinion, when ideally should this trenching have been done?
At a sufficient point to inform the decision making.
And bearing in mind, back in the day, that sufficient point, would it be fair to say, at point of submission with the application?
It can be, and in many cases is, yes. However, there was sufficient information available, we felt, or was felt, clearly. The reliability of desk-based assessment and non-intrusive surveys has proved to be quite high. There are features that have come up through the trenching exercise which are not identified in the geophysics. That is not unexpected. And therefore, trenching is a valuable exercise in understanding what is in the ground and testing the other methodologies. However, it is by no means an unusual approach to do that evaluation work entirely subsequent to a decision being made.
So coming back to my question, and maybe if I put it to you this way, we have a situation where, on my client's perspective, a lot of last-minute work is being done that should have been done earlier. Ideally, should this work have been done at the point at which the application was submitted to Swale Borough Council?
Had I been involved at that point, I think I would have been content that the work done at that point was sufficient to characterise the archaeology of the development area, with the proviso that the work at Tier 2 could capture the evaluation trenching work, which would allow detailed design, which is the approach we've taken. And in fact, we have done evaluation work. It has been late in the process, but it has clarified the picture and has allowed us to get to a point of common agreement with Kent County Council.
I mean, you say it's clarified the picture. It hasn't, though, has it? Because as you explained to the inspector earlier, in respect of Highsted Woods and the enclosure there, you're not really able to assess the significance of that.
And we wouldn't be able to by trenching anyway, but we have proposed an alternative methodology to better understand Highsted Woods.
I mean, this comes back to my overall heading for this project. This subject, and it is the fact that too little has been done too late in the day, and we have a situation now where you have an inquiry where the inspector is having to assess issues of archaeology on an incomplete picture. We don't have an agreed mitigation strategy.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, was there a question?
No, that's me putting my client's case to you.
Okay.
Do you agree or disagree?
I accept that is your client's case, yes.
In respect of the discussion about investigating orchards, now, where they're not ancient orchards, would it be possible to, say, remove some trees in an orchard to put a trial trench in, or to do some geophys? You'll have to excuse me, I'm not an archaeologist. My knowledge of time team isn't.
Yeah. Well, of course, it is possible to do that. It would be the same as undertaking an investigation in any other area where there was a crop which would otherwise have to be removed in order to investigate the site.
So, removal of crops or portions of orchards, that's a decision for a client.
Clearly, at a point when the land is owned by somebody else, to undertake an investigation of that nature needs to be by agreement, and that is, generally speaking, undertaken by the developer, the applicant.
Just dealing with a point that I'd overlooked slightly, and I put this to you. Coming back to the road infrastructure that's to be developed at Cromer's Road, we were looking at earlier. This is a significant piece of infrastructure for this planning proposal. Now, appreciating we've heard what you said about the methodology for identifying the areas and the trenches, but given the potential impacts that a find within the proximity of known finds in a quarry pit could have on the delivery of this road within a particular timetable, would it not have been prudent to have undertaken some trenching along the line of the road at that point at least?
Since I don't have access to the proposed programme for works, I'm unable to say how much time has been allowed for archaeological work in advance of any construction, that being the key thing to understanding whether there is a risk of delay or not. I would say from an archaeological mitigation strategy point of view, the key thing is understanding what your decision tree is, preserve in situ, preserve by record. Do you have that information, and do you have enough time in order to make that decision?
It comes back to my question. Where you have a field of expertise, should we say, where there are known risks of delay, where you have a proposal with a significant piece of road infrastructure, would it not be prudent to carry out a physical examination of at least some of the land coming away from Area 7, knowing that there are finds in the chalk pits, so that you can say, we dug a trial trench there, we found nothing?
And our approach is that we will dig a trial trench there, most likely. We will do it at Tier 2 as part of the further investigation works, and then the results of that evaluation will be what they are and will be incorporated into the next stage of design.
But why put yourself under that time pressure?
That's not really a question I can answer.
Bear with me one moment. I mean, I think I've covered most of my points in respect of showstoppers, and I think no matter how many times I ask you if it's prudent to do something, you're not going to agree with me. But this is a risky approach to take in respect of archaeology and delivery of a planning proposal.
I clearly, as a professional archaeologist, my interest is in making sure that the archaeology is dealt with in the most appropriate way that it can be.
Which can take time.
Which can take time, indeed it can. I am content, however, that the approach which is proposed here gives the applicant time to deal with that, to understand fully what is present on the site, adjust plans accordingly, and then bring forward the appropriate mitigation.
But you won't know that until we get to Tier 2 and until a mitigation strategy has been agreed.
Indeed. The mitigation strategy is an early thing, so it sets in train everything that happens in Tier 2, yes.
But it's still something that takes time.
Indeed.
In the context of an expensive, significant development that will be running against the clock.
Everything takes time. The detailed design will take time,
I mean,
regardless of the input from archaeology.
My client's position is that in respect of archaeology, this is just effectively kicking the can down the road at this stage.
That's a view which is possible to hold.
I want to turn to thefts, and I don't have many questions on this particular point. Now, you accepted that theft and criminality is an issue in the area.
It's an issue generally. There seems to be particular problems around Sittingbourne. As I said, one of my colleagues has been involved in other work around Sittingbourne and has experienced theft from archaeological sites.
And I think in your evidence in chief, you explained that in respect of the areas identified, there would have been a risk assessment, broadly speaking, where they weren't close to settlements that put them at a lower risk of theft. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's what I said, yes.
And you heard Councillor Bonney's evidence to say that she'd seen one of the areas being excavated and there were no signs of any security inside.
When I visited, I would have to say I visited only the most northern of the trenches that were the areas that were being excavated.
Do you mean the northern trenches on the southern side?
Yes, the northern trenches on
Area
the southern
4.
side. Yeah,
Which Area 4. Is that Church Road?
4, 5 and 7 were the areas that I visited.
And did they have any security measures?
There was no fencing around those sites, nor indeed was there any evidence, with one exception, that there was any presence on the site outside of the time that our staff were present. And that was in one of the trenches nearest to the school. I forget what the name of the school is that's adjacent to the western edge of the site, where it was quite clear that there was a desire line path, not the public footpath, that people were using, and they just walked through the site, walked through the trench rather than walk around the path.
Is that?
That was in, I believe, Area 4.
Is that Area 4? I think the school is Tunstall. Now, Area 4 is the area where finds of regional significance were uncovered. Upon those being uncovered, no security put up?
They are, the settlement remains in Area 4, do not contain the sorts of largely metallic objects which are attractive to nighthawkers. So there was no sign that anybody was metal detecting in those trenches overnight. You would have seen it. There would be little divots all over the place. So no, we did not put... if somebody was going to come and excavate our trenches for us and explain to us it was of regional significance, we would be only too happy to have taken their results.
The problem is, if they did that, they're not likely to leave you a nice 48-page report explaining what they found. No. Now, the eastern edge of Area 4, it abuts a road, doesn't it?
It does indeed.
And the site can be seen from the road?
Indeed it can.
And in the risk assessment that would have been undertaken, do you know if that was factored in?
Our appreciation of public interaction was based on the safety of the public as much as anything else. In terms of what we did on site, had there been signs of interference overnight, I'm sure that we would have put fencing up.
So you don't take a preventative approach, it's a reactive approach?
It is a reactive approach because fencing 149 trenches is expensive and disproportionate.
Now, if you'd have dug 149 trenches over a more prolonged period of time and weren't acting in some haste, then presumably the cost of fencing...
I would point out that 149 trenches in 6 weeks is not hasty. As a trenching rate for an evaluation, that's close to standard.
So to my clients, we aren't experts on this side, but to my clients it seems hasty. So you would only have fenced the area if you'd seen signs of theft?
If we had seen signs of theft, then we would have protected those areas.
So nothing about a site visible to the public from the road and easily accessible from the road, within an area where it is known locally that there have been fines in the past within Sittingbourne, and indeed in the context of a relatively high-profile planning inquiry, you didn't think there was any need to put any precautionary or preventative measures?
I think in terms of the kind of archaeology that we were uncovering in those areas, I don't think there was a need. I might have been more concerned had we found something that looked like the Tynesham Mausoleum, where things of attractiveness to nighthawkers might be present, has been found, then definitely that would be something to consider. However, we did not, as far as we can make out, find ourselves the subject of theft attempts or night hawking.
But you don't know because you've not been able to find out.
If somebody's been interfering with your site overnight, it is fairly obvious. There will be little holes dug all over it.
And surely the idea, though, is to stop that from happening before it does. I'm not going to repeat that. Thank you, Mr. Lakin. That's the end.
Madam.
I just want to see if we can, well, first of all, when do you think, as a professional archaeologist, when do you think that it's essential to protect archaeological remains in situ?
If those remains are of such a high value, and there is, yes, if they are such a high value that they are of national or international importance, then consideration should be given to preserving them in situ.
When you say consideration, would you not generally do that?
Yes. Circumstances might be such that the design does not allow preservation in situ. I would say that I don't foresee any circumstances in this development where that might be the case, given that there is flexibility in design, both in terms of horizontal alignment and vertical alignment. So preservation in situ can be achieved by building over things rather than going around them, for example.
Well, okay. When you say over, how do you mean by that?
So, for example, in the road infrastructure, in some places there will be embankments rather than cutting. So, embanking is you just build over the top of things, and likewise in terms of perhaps the residential areas, as well as being able to swap around open areas for built space, you can build up over things. Put a layer of earth between you or between the building and the remains.
Perhaps just two things on that. Do you think there might be sort of one or two landscape impacts?
Yes, that would raise building levels,
embankments and
yeah.
And I thought the whole idea of preservation in situ was that people could actually come and enjoy the archaeology, learn about it, which presumably was why in the northern site that area was put, that the parameter plan was moved to allow that area to be in an open space.
The ultimate rationale behind preservation in situ is to actually keep the deposits in place. Whether they are accessible or not subsequently it is a different consideration. If you like, treating archaeology a bit like coal, if you leave the coal in the seam, it's there for some later time. If you take it out, you take it out. And it is not always the case that preservation in situ leads to public accessibility. Of course, the remains are underneath the ground. They're not, by their very nature, not visible. Just to take an example of preservation in situ where access is not possible, and it's from a slightly different situation, underneath Guy's Hospital Cancer building, there is a Roman boat preserved in the sediments of the creek that lay under the site. It is entirely encased within a concrete box with a water regulation methodology in place which keeps it wet. That archaeological resource is preserved in situ but is not available to the public to see.
I see. Okay. And presumably, well, I don't know. I mean, would it be ideal that you say they're underground, but sometimes they can be revealed, can't they? So people can perhaps see the.
Indeed. That method of making archaeological remains available to the public works with masonry or other solid remains, if you like. But the kinds of things that we are dealing with in terms of Iron Age settlements and industrial sites are quite simply ditches and pits and holes in the ground, which are not, generally speaking, particularly easy to interpret to the public. As an example, at Woodhenge on Salisbury Plain, the approach has been to put small concrete columns on the positions of the what are the post holes for that would have held timber upright. But it is, if you like, an interpretation of the monument rather than a recreation of it. And the thing that was actually found when the archaeology was done was actually voids, holes in the ground.
So if, for example, these more were found of higher importance as a result of your Tier 2 investigations, would that mean it doesn't really matter because all you'd have to do is, I mean, one wouldn't have to remove or adjust the layout because you could build over them, but you just have to deal with them first. Is that what you mean?
So if you like, the decisions that are being made about preservation in situ would involve discussion with the designers to say, how do we adjust the design? Do we remove the impact? So let us say if it's from one of the roads, do we move the road to left or right, or do we build the road up to an extent where there will not be an effect on at the depth where the archaeological remains are present?
But I mean, the Paleolithic, I mean, as far as I can understand from the information you've got so far, you're fairly satisfied that none of the remains or the archaeological finds are of more than regional importance, as far as I can
From the evaluation exercise, that is indeed the
evaluation
case,
you've done, but you've put a question mark on the Paleolithic and the older archaeological resource, which is deeper in the ground, as I understand it. I mean, how would, supposing something was found, so how would you have to, so how would you deal with that then through the design of, if it was to be preserved in situ, how would you deal with that?
So perhaps to use the example of our response to KCC in respect to the area immediately south of the A2, there is already a design element within the road which removes impact from the footprint of the road because it is going to be embanked. So there is already a depth of earth over the deposits which contain the Paleolithic material, and then there is going to be an embanked area on top of that, which is where that crosses one of the dry valleys. To the west of that, there is an area put aside for the playing fields for a school, and the playing fields for the school are, there will be a certain amount of reprofiling, but it won't get to the depth where Paleolithic remains might be found. And the remaining area is put aside for residential, where the detail of how the open spaces and the buildings are going to work have not yet been determined. Once Paleolithic trial work is undertaken, then we will have an idea of whether there is actually remains of that date present. And it is worth emphasising that what has been identified to date are the wider geological deposits which have the potential to contain Paleolithic material. That Paleolithic material, if present, is likely to be present in a very tiny proportion of that geological deposit.
So you don't think there'd be much, is what you're saying?
It would appear that, the Paleolithic remains, when present, are found in quite limited areas. And whilst those limited areas you can identify from the geology where they, in the landscape where they might be, actually they might be only a couple of meters across, as opposed to a geological character zone which is many hectares wide.
I see. And what about the Roman road? Because that's been found really, there's not much scope, is there, for doing much with that?
No. The Roman roads, which has been found in the evaluation, is, as a feature in itself, of interest. What it does archaeologically is direct you to where certain kinds of Roman activity will have taken place. And we've had an example earlier of the work done further to the east at, is it called Tynchen?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's north of the A2, I think.
That's north of the A2. And actually, I think the part of the picture that is developing here is that the current A2, whilst it indicates the alignment of the Roman road, is not exactly on top of it. And the work in Area 6 has shown that actually the Roman alignment sits slightly to the south.
I see.
The kinds of things that were found to the east are not untypical of Roman roadside archaeology. The habit of burying at the roadside in prominent burial features is known quite widely. There are some very good examples of it known from, for example, Southwark, where the western end of that road approaches London. Those kind of features sit close to the road. Other things happen close to the road as well. Areas of, you might have small-scale industry, or
You mean the original alignment?
the original alignment of the Roman road. And there is evidence that a settlement focus of that kind is present a little way to the east on the higher grounds, a couple of 100 metres away from Area 6. Those kinds of remains are, as Tynchen, the development there demonstrated, they can be dealt with by preservation by record. That was the approach taken
I see.
at that site.
Thank you. So you, I mean, I'm most interested really in the potential for the in situ.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand what you say about that being preferable for any remains, really,
Mm-hmm.
but it is, I would have thought, more important on a greenfield site for remains of national importance than it is, for example, in relation to remains of local importance, or even regional, I suppose. So just sticking with that, obviously there is further work to be done, but are you confident that, I mean, you say that the Southern Relief Road, I mean, it's true, its position isn't exactly fixed, but there are very limited areas where it could go, and in fact, so much work has been done as to the actual route of it that seems to me pretty likely that it's going to follow the alignment that's on the parameter plan, more or less, with a bit of leeway. So, I mean, are you confident that the any remains can be properly dealt with, either in situ or otherwise, that are found to be of high importance?
First of all, I think I might remark that the work that has been done to date does not suggest that there is anything that we would automatically consider as of national importance on that side. That's a position agreed by KCC as well. In terms of the design approach, once further evaluation has been done, I think it would be fair to say that the road, as you remark, has least flexibility to move to avoid things. It will have some flexibility to go over things. And the question then is whether preservation by record is necessary as opposed to optional, if you see what I mean.
Right. Mean by that?
That there is the design is not flexible enough to avoid something of very high significance, but there is no suggestion that that is likely to be encountered.
I mean, presumably, preservation by record could be dealt with wherever it was, because
yes.
you basically just yeah. But the in situ is more difficult, and you said there's no suggestion of anything at the present time. Were you including in that the Paleolithic resource, if there is any?
If there is a Paleolithic resource there, it is possible that it may be of national importance. That, I think, would be taken from, for example, the previous finds were very numerous, unusually numerous, and if something of that quantity was found.
But when you say previous, sorry, what do you
So the work done in the 19th and early 20th centuries is quoted from the
see.
chalk pits and the gravel pits.
Yeah, sorry, carry on.
However, those are likely to be at great depths, and the majority of the design is not going to go anywhere near that.
But would you still need to find out before the road actually goes in?
Oh yes, of course, it would be necessary to do, and the geoarchaeological investigation, which is testing whether Paleolithic remains are present, would form a key part of that post-consent investigative regime.
So it could be, you were talking about Guy's Hospital, it could be, if there was something important, it could be preserved there, and then the road could be built on top of it.
Engineers can be very clever about these things. Certainly in the case of Guy's, it was very well thought through, but expensive.
Well, yeah, but presumably essential if you get something national important.
Yes. I think it would be fair to say, however, that the sensitivity of a Roman boat, which is waterlogged and in basically marshy deposits, is much greater than a collection of hand axes on a gravel surface. You know, they are hard things, so you don't need to put a box over them to preserve them in the way that you would do if you had a wet Roman boat.
So if it was sort of a series of axes or something, I mean, would you preserve those in situ, or would you tend to take those out and people to actually look at?
I think it is worth pointing out that certainly for the Middle Paleolithic material, it is already not in situ. It's not in the place that it was originally dropped. These are things which were dropped during a warmer stage in the Ice Age, when it was possible to exploit the natural resources of this part of the world because the ice sheets had retreated. When the ice sheets come back, they basically bulldoze everything in front of them and move this material around. So those tools, axes, have already moved from the point where they were dropped, and we can't be entirely sure how far that is. They are preserved essentially by being pushed into little gullies in the underlying chalk, and then the stuff goes over the top of them. Their interest value is in, if you like, understanding the kinds of tools, how many of them there are, and when they might have been deposited, in order to compare them to sites where those tools have not been moved around. So there are cave sites, for example, in the Peak District, where those same types of tools can be found, which haven't been moved around. The stuff we're dealing with here has actually been rolled around in the landscape a bit. And so excavating them and studying them is a perfectly valid way of understanding what's going on, because you're not removing them from their original context. You're moving them from their secondary.
Yeah, I was going to say, so you'd excavate them, you'd study them, and then you would put them in some sort of a museum or I don't know,
Yes.
archive somewhere.
Ideally, they would go on display and into an archive.
Right, learning a lot today. Right, okay, well, interesting that is. I suppose I better just get on with, see if there's anything else. Right, okay, thank you. Oh yeah, just one thing. Could you just explain to me? I mean, brick earth comes up quite a lot in the background information. Can you just explain what it is and what is its significance, please?
Okay. It is I suppose you'd call it a bit like a sandy clay deposit. The name brick earth kind of gives away what it was used for, and in the context of the site, why some of it has been removed, because it was quarried for making bricks. It is a part wind-blown, part waterborne deposit that builds up in the intervals of glacial action, basically. And that deposit can be up to 4 meters deep. In some places where it has been quarried, it is perhaps only a half a meter deep. And what it does, it's a pointer for where the Paleolithic remains may be found, because it caps the coombe deposits which these things are in.
Oh, I see.
The geoarchaeological model maps where those deposits are to be found and indicates the kind of potential for what might be found in them. The brick earth and coombe deposits are found mostly in the northern application site and the northern part of the southern application site, and you move to a different geology at the southern part of the southern site, which is much less likely to contain Paleolithic remains.
So, sorry, you said the northern application site.
Northern application and the northern part of the southern application site. And so did you say it's made for it was used for making It has
bricks?
been used for making brick, yes. Bricks, yes.
And when would that be, in the Roman times and stuff?
And more recently. In fact, I think there's an active brick earth quarry adjacent to the site as we speak.
I think we came across one area near Frognall Farm, didn't we? I think that came up. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's interesting. I think that's everything. Just a minute. Oh, just one thing about Highsted Wood. We're talking about because as you know, the road would clip off part of the Highsted Wood. So again, is the interest that particularly there the Paleolithic?
The Paleolithic material in the area is much more deeply buried. What we're looking at in Highsted Wood appear to be actually upstanding earthworks or topographical features of a later date.
And you would give those regional importance, did you say?
Well, as you'll see from our assessments report, we are on some of those. So, for example, the Hollow Way and the sort of parallel earthwork, we are uncertain as to what their date and significance are. They may, the Hollow Way could be a medieval feature. They are quite often associated with transit routes between villages, for example.
So a sort of medieval transit route then. And so if that was to be found to be that, would that be something of high significance?
No, I don't believe it would be.
You don't?
No.
What do you think?
It's it is, if you like, a topographical feature which gives you some clues as to what is going on in the area during the medieval period. And it's notable that very few remains of the medieval period are known from either of the application sites themselves. There is stuff outside, but within the site, actually, it looks very much as the evidence is showing us that this is an area of agricultural use outside of the settlement centres. And a hollow way would be a fairly typical element of that landscape, and not one. So it would be of local interest because it tells you how the local area works in the medieval period.
So you think of local significance?
Of local significance.
And that would be something that you would excavate further and then preserve by record.
Preserved by record, indeed, yes. And it would be what you would expect to find when you excavate would not be a great deal, to be honest. You would perhaps get the profile of the hollow way and any material that was trodden into the base, but it's not going to be something rich in archaeological remains.
So what would you do then with that in terms of preserving it for record?
We've already suggested a topographical survey, if you like, a fine-grained map of the Highsted Woods area. Mm-hmm. That would be the start point for a preservation record. Mm-hmm. And that would be supplemented by trial excavations, I think, to test the profile. You might if there are embanked material on either side, you might get the land surface before that embankment sealed, and you might be able to get a date which will allow you to tell you when the banks were put up. So is it a medieval feature? Is it an older one or a more recent one?
And then, I mean, at the end of the day, it would be flattened then, would it? Or
it would be incorporated into the design in whichever way, whether that's a cutting or an embankment or whatever.
Okay. But it would, yeah. All right. Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you very much. Spiro, do you want to ask anything?
Just one question, please, Madam. Mr. Aiken, my one question relates to something that you asked about in Mr. Bell's first topic. And you asked a series of questions about whether it be prudent to know as much as possible about what's in the ground, if I can paraphrase in that way. And my note of your answer at one point was that an element of proportionality is required by national policy, and then we moved on. So on that, I'd like to go to the PPG, which is at core document 16.4.
Sorry. Core document 16.4, did you say?
Yes.
Gone past it.
Page 24.
Page, oops.
Page 24.
Oh, I seem to have landed on page 25. How convenient.
And just the question at the... Are you there, Mr. Aiken?
Sorry.
Page 24.
Yes. And whereabouts on page 20?
So the question, just to orientate ourselves, the question at the bottom of the last question on page 24 in bold, what are non-designated heritage assets of archaeological interest and how important are they? And then if you turn over the page to page 25, and I'm looking at the final paragraph above where we're given the paragraph reference, which is paragraph 41. Do you see where I'm looking? It begins with the word decision making. And if you have a read of the beginning of that paragraph where we're told about decision making requiring a proportionate response by local planning authorities, when you gave your answers about proportionality, does that paragraph have any bearing on your analysis?
Yes, I would say it does. And I would particularly note that what it says towards the end of the paragraph is that when it is estimated that following the initial assessment of archaeological interest, only a small proportion, around 3% of all planning applications justify a requirement for detailed assessment. Detailed assessment in this case is talking about trenched evaluation.
Thank you, Madam. That was my only question.
Sorry, can I just ask one other thing, actually? Sorry. Historic England, they did object, didn't they?
They did, yes.
Yeah. Have you sort of been back to them at all since?
No, their objection doesn't seem to have been carried through. We haven't had any further correspondence from them that I'm aware of.
When you say it hasn't been carried through, they haven't withdrawn it, or you haven't approached them to, as a result of the results? And
I'm sorry, Madam, I'm unable to comment on that. I don't have the information.
okay, thank you. Right, thank you very much. Mr. Young, you?
Yeah, ready to go, or if you want a tea break, we can have a tea break.
Yeah, I suppose so. If we're changing witnesses, good idea, eh? Let's break till 3:45 then, thank you. It's just now 4:45, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. And we've got Mr. Mason. Mr. Young, would you like
Yes, thank you very much, Madam. Mr. Mason, if I can introduce you to the inquiry. You are Principal Archaeological Officer for Kent County Council, is that right?
That's correct.
You manage a team of senior archaeological officers who are together responsible for providing archaeological advice to all Kent and Medway's planning authorities, is that right?
Correct.
The team normally works geographically to benefit from building an in-depth understanding of your areas of responsibility, is that correct?
That's true.
As well as managing the team, you're currently a lead officer for archaeological work in Swale, Canterbury and Thanet districts of Kent, is that right?
That is right.
Although at times you cover the whole area, is that right?
Correct.
You have been the lead for archaeological advice in Swale since 1998, is that right?
Yes, that's true.
You've been employed as an archaeological officer by Kent County Council for almost 27 years, and you've worked as an archaeologist in this field for over 40 years, is that right?
That's right.
Prior to your employment with the County Council, you worked as an archaeologist for both Blaenau Gwent Borough Council and Gwent Council, and for a long period as an archaeologist and project manager for the Museum of London, is that right?
True.
During this period, you're involved in numerous major projects, including in the City of London at Merton Priory and as a consultant to Heathrow Airport, including for the Terminal 5 inquiry.
Yes.
Which was just slightly longer than this one. My experience, you tell us, at Kent County Council has seen your involvement with a large number of projects of all scales, periods and types of archaeology, including major infrastructure projects such as the Channel Tunnel Rail Link, is that correct?
That's right.
The East Kent Access Road, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And a number of substantial housing developments, is that right?
Yes.
You've seen substantial development through from inception to implementation, is that correct?
Yes.
You've had direct involvement in and managed all aspects of the planning and development process as affects archaeology, and you've been involved as a witness in a number of planning inquiries, is that correct?
That's correct.
In addition to your development caseload, you also manage the County Council's community archaeologist and community projects, is that right?
That's right.
I mentioned earlier 4,000 followers on social media, is that
That's
right?
right, on our Facebook page. Yeah.
Facebook page, of course. And you've led on heritage strategy work for the districts, including the Dover District Heritage Strategy, is that right?
That's right.
And you gained a Planning Excellence Award from the RTPI Southeast.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You're familiar with both the southern site and the northern site and the archaeology due to your involvement as a consultee on the applications, is that right?
Yes.
And your considerable experience in managing archaeology of Swale for over 27 years, is that right?
That's right.
And your specific involvement with the applications and their development as you set out in your proof, is that right?
That's right.
And you provide us with a declaration, and in addition, you explain that your evidence is made with reference to the Statement of Common Ground on the 1st of April, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And we now have an addendum Statement of Common Ground, and obviously it is now referable to that, is that right?
That's right.
Now, lest there be any criticism at all from anybody in this room about the timing of that, this work, which was done by the applicant, was continuing at the time the proofs of evidence were written, is that right?
That's right, yes.
I don't think anybody's criticising Kent County Council, which is good to know. And as a result of that further work and further evaluation, it has been possible to produce this additional Statement of Common Ground, yes?
Yes, following evaluation.
Good. So I've got a number of questions, and it starts with paragraph 3.2 in your proof of evidence.
Yeah. Excuse me.
And here you tell us that the Kent Historic Environment Record provides an indication of the presence and distribution of archaeology in this area, but tends to also illustrate the bias arising from the location of previous developments and investigations, because, of course, when there is other development, then you get an investigation report.
Right.
And as a consequence, the geography of our knowledge is partly influenced by existing patterns of development. Is that right?
That is correct, yes. I mean, we've had a lot of archaeological investigation has taken place, particularly around that A2 corridor in the northern part of the borough, because of the amount of quarrying that's gone on there. So we've got a lot of early finds from brick earth quarrying. We do have the sort of urban development as well. It's constantly adding to it, and extension of the existing settlements. When you come into downlands, there's a lot less evidence at the moment. They're probably very rich areas in archaeological terms, but that isn't readily identifiable based on previous investigations. There's also other aspects, the crop marks, which we often use as a source of looking for evidence in these sort of landscapes, isn't particularly well produced on the sort of geologies that we've got on the southern part of the site, and geophysics has got limitations as well.
Yeah, and you make the point very fairly at 3.1 that you acknowledge, and this is acknowledged, to be an area of high archaeological value with significant discoveries in particularly the northern area, because that's where development has taken place. Is that right?
That's right.
Whereas, as you say, with the southern site and the downlands, there's rather less knowledge about that because there's been rather less development in that area.
That's correct.
Yeah, great. Okay, if we go to 5.3 then, please. 5.3, you say, given the scale of the areas proposed for development, we've not sought widespread field evaluation at this outline application stage, but have promoted a pragmatic, targeted approach that is focused on the potential most significant findings that have been identified through the desk-based study and survey. Now, we heard from the applicant earlier, but as far as you're concerned, where have you directed the applicant to focus their attention?
Yeah, I mean, the initial approach was to use the desk-based assessment and the survey, the wide-scale survey that we carried out for geophysics survey across the site, and the LiDAR survey, which identified features as well. So we've got this baseline information, and then we've targeted what we could see as the potentially most significant sites within that landscape mainly in the geophysics, but on some LiDAR as well. Plus we promoted for the geoarchaeology aspects as well. So we narrowed it down to targeted evaluation to try and find those sites that, with evaluation, we might be able to put the tag of national importance, or achieving the footnote 75 type.
Yeah, because I put the point to the five parishes witness, the councillor, that it's necessary, given we don't know whether this will proceed, and we don't know whether there'll be a planning permission to allow it to proceed. It has to be a proportionate response at this stage, which was accepted very fairly. And your, as you say, pragmatic and targeted approach has been to focus on those areas which seem to be of the most interest. Is that right?
That's correct, yes. And we identified those areas very early in the consultation process.
Yeah, I mean, that would seem to be common sense. To go to those areas where there appears to be a degree of interest, yes?
Yes.
And the purpose of the work that's been undertaken, the trial trenching, is to identify what in particular at this stage?
It's at this stage is to see if there are, as we put it before, showstoppers or show informers that would make us have to look at the parameters and whether or not we can develop within those parameters. So it is trying to identify nationally important remains, but also we are trying to understand the significance of those remains we've identified within the initial surveys as well. If you go into a broad field and start trying to look for these things with evaluation trenching, then you've got to put very intensive and extensive trenching around, and that is at such an early stage that is difficult to achieve on such a large site.
Yeah, so if we think about that then, in terms of your evidence to the inspector, what you're saying is, look, very large site, huge site, can't trial trench the whole area, and it's disproportionate to request that to be done. So what you've asked for is targeted investigation in areas which appear to be in interest to identify if there are any showstoppers. The evidence demonstrates, you tell me, are there any at this stage identified showstoppers in terms of nationally significant
That's
heritage
right.
assets.
So we're trying to identify those that are readily visible to us at this point in time, without going through massive trenching.
Yeah. And what's the evidence show so far?
We haven't got any showstoppers. We haven't got anything that is of national importance, but we do have remains that are of regional importance.
Yeah.
Coming through, which do need consideration in terms of preservation. It's not. We don't have to just preserve nationally important remains. We can preserve all levels of importance. Really, it's how they're taken into account and their level of significance.
And this, I think, is an important point from your point of view, isn't it? So just give the inspector your view. It's recognised and identified that there are regionally significant heritage assets. Is that right?
Yes, we've identified in through the trial trenching that they're regionally significant assets.
What ideally should happen with those then?
Well, we should be looking to see whether, in the first instance, whether they can possibly be preserved within the scheme. But then, in situ, yes, sorry.
Yeah, and that was the inspector's specific concern that she highlighted earlier, which was, can they be preserved in situ? And that you share that view, is that right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. With such a large site, with large areas of open space, then from your experience of working with large-scale developments, is it possible to be able to design large schemes and seek to preserve in situ archaeological remains? Is that something that can be achieved through the design of the proposal?
It can be. It depends on the scale of the area you need to preserve, you're trying to preserve. So, for example, on the northern site, we had to change the parameters to accommodate the full area of the potential causeway camp.
Yep.
The initial scheme had the road skirting around it, but the cutting for it would have taken out as part of the hill in 2 dimensions. You would have to cut.
Sorry, just say that again. Would have taken out.
Would have taken out part of the. It would have cut across the corner of the monument.
Yeah.
So we had the parameters changed through discussions with the applicant, and with the parameters, with the deviations sort of fairly clearly specified to avoid any future works in there.
To interrupt, is it like that causeway find would be of national significance? Do you think?
If it's a causeway camp and it hasn't been trial trenched to test that, then yes, it probably is. There aren't many of these in Kent. There are. When I started in Kent, there was one known. We've gone up to about 6 or 7 now. But they are nationally important in other places. They have been scheduled in other areas.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and we could go then please to 5.4. You say it's common ground that there is more widespread archaeological potential throughout the scheme areas that will not have been identified through field evaluation at this time and will require a more comprehensive programme of field evaluation in advance of Tier 2 and reserved matters applications. Now, can I just be clear about what we mean by in advance of Tier 2?
I think we need to make sure it's done early enough to inform the design, so that the design can take account of the findings, and if there needs to be a shuffle around of the development plan or design measures.
Yeah, now that was Councillor Bonney's point as well. Make sure it's done in plenty of time. And so what does that look like? You know, what can the inspector expect to happen if planning permission is granted and then, you know, reserve matters applications come in phases over the next, whatever it is, 10, 15 or more years? What do you say should happen to make sure the archaeology is properly considered in the design of the proposals at the reserve matters stage? Okay,
well, the whole thing should be dictated by a framework really that sets out the strategy for mitigation, sets out strategies for the way in which you do the archaeology, and it's all coordinated and phased. Obviously, the Tier 2 process has a couple of stages, I understand, one of which is agreeing the key phases. And it'd be important to make sure that the evaluation is carried out well in advance of each key phase as they come forward. And it's important to make sure that those key phases are not too small in their scope, so we've not got a very fragmented and less flexible development to try and work this preservation out if it's needed. Clearly, there is a lot of the area of the site hasn't been, of the site, both application sites hasn't been evaluated with the trial trenching, and it's very likely that there will be further important remains on the site.
So what you're saying is each phase should be of a sufficient scale to ensure that if further archaeological remains, particularly of regional significance, are identified, then they can be preserved in situ, which is your preference, and the land uses can be organised around that principle.
Yes, or the buried process as well, although that's, the access to archaeology is an issue as well when you bury something. But
yeah. Okay, and what does that look like when it's preserved in situ? Because we've heard from the earlier witness that techniques for investigation are improving all the time, and therefore it's best to preserve it so that if there is any investigation, it's done with the best technology at the time. How does that manifest itself? Presumably not by building houses over the top of it. What's the appropriate way to preserve things in situ?
It would depend on what you're trying to preserve, case by case, but in a lot of cases it could be avoidance, as we've done with the potential causeway enclosure on the north side. So we've adjusted the open space areas. It could be an engineering solution. I mean, there was mention of the roundabout at Frogner Lane, for example, where during the actual development works, we found the mausoleum. There was trial trenching on that site originally, which didn't flag up entirely the full importance of what we found. But during the investigations, we did find the mausoleum, and we were able to, admittedly, bury it, but it was buried and engined. We had through engineering processes to try and keep the level of the road above the archaeology. It wasn't fully successful, and some of it was needing to be investigated as well. So we had a combination of preservation in situ and preservation by record. But it was an instance of an active engineering process to try and preserve what we could.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. No. Is that the site opposite for the other new development?
That's right, next door on the northern site. We come very close to the access road to the new development that's semi-built at the moment.
So did the road did that have to be redesigned?
In its vertical alignment, because we were lucky in that instance in that the remains were found in a sort of valley, and the modern A2 goes across the valley on an embankment. So there was a lot more scope for keeping the same alignment of the road as it sort of meets the A2 at its present level, and able to keep the formation levels, which had to be pretty substantial for that sort of road junction.
So is the mausoleum, that will be underneath the road?
It's underneath the open space within the centre of the roundabout.
Oh, I see. Thank you, sorry.
Can I ask next about one of the inspector's questions about, what if a nationally important remain were found? Is that still possible? Yep.
Yes, that's right. It's still possible.
Okay. So what would the situation be then if that were the case?
Well, we need to make sure we found it early enough, which means we have to make sure we do the evaluation work as early as possible. Evaluation is about risk reduction. It's not about risk elimination. So we need, there's always a chance, as Mr. Lakin said, that important remains can survive between the trenches.
Just say that again. Sorry, if you keep the microphone close to you.
Sorry, archaeological trial trenching or archaeological evaluation is about risk reduction, not risk elimination. There's always a chance that you will have archaeological remains of significance on a site. But the more evaluation you do, obviously, the more you reduce that risk.
Okay, and if it's found in, let's say, phase 5 or whatever it is, sure. Then that will be dealt with at the time, with the idea, presumably, of keeping it in situ if it's of national significance. If
it's of national significance, we look at measures to try and keep it within the development, to move the development around and protect and preserve.
Yeah. Now, this is obviously an outline scheme, so with lots of geographical extent. So housing areas can be moved around, lots of things can be moved around. What might be said is the road, the main link road, is less easy to move around. It is within a corridor, so it is possible to do that. And it's vertical alignment for the reasons you've just said. Equally, isn't fixed, so that's another way in which that could be addressed. But what's the evidence at this stage that we have any nationally important remains on the site?
At this stage, the main potential that remains is from the Paleolithic remains within the northern part of the southern site.
Yeah,
mainly from previous discoveries.
And that's an area where you've required areas not to be built upon, for example.
We haven't required yet. We've asked for evaluation of that.
Yeah.
Evaluation for that sort of deposits would take a two-phase approach. Really, you would need to identify the deposits and exactly where they sit in the area, and then you would need to target in with a second stage of trial pitting to try and identify whether there are remains within those specific deposits.
Yeah.
So it is a two-phase thing. So it does take a while to do. Within the areas we've identified, particularly, we've tried. The deposits themselves do extend through the most northern side, the southern side, northern part, and into the valleys as you extend down southwards. So in terms of potential for the deposits, they do extend over a wider area, but we've specifically tried to target in on where archaeological discoveries in the past have been made during quarrying west and east of Dully Road in the northern part of the site. In particular, on the western part of the site, we've had some Middle Paleolithic remains, which have been described in the geoarchaeological assessment as one of the most significant unprovenance. That means it's not been scientifically proven exactly how they've been deposited assemblages in the country. So that's why we've tried to target that area.
Okay.
I'm not with you. Western part of which site?
It's the southern side, the northern areas where we saw the blank areas on the geophysics drawings.
But this one you're saying was mid-Paleolithic.
Middle Paleolithic, yes.
That's the northern section of the southern side.
That's right, the northwest section. So just.
I see.
It was found south of the Hempstead Quarry. That is, you've got Hempstead House, then there's a quarry behind it, and then south of that.
Is this the area which hasn't been investigated that Mr. Bell was talking about?
Yes, that's the thing. No, sorry.
Very important, he said.
The area you were talking about not being investigated, I believe, was on the Highsted Woods side.
Yeah, but no.
Area 7 and Area 5, where the site curves round. I think you're...
No. Okay. So not that area. And when you talk at 6.5, if we just have a look at that, you say, in response to my advice, the applicant submitted additional details and amended the parameter plan to address my objection. the primary access route was moved further west, requiring reduced cut into the slope valley. Residential employment parcels to the east and northeast were pulled back to provide a greater buffer to the enclosure. The area of open space was excluded from the deviation tolerance for the parameters to ensure that the archaeology in that area would not be affected by deviations. Confirmation was also provided in that area would not include any suds, drainage features, or be subject to any quarrying as had previously been proposed. So the parameters plan, as the Inspector well knows, was amended in respect of your concerns. Is that right? Good. Okay. Paragraph 8.1, you are talking there about the current archaeological works. Those are the ones ongoing at the time of the proof of evidence. And 8.2, you refer to 120 trenches. We now know that the 142 trenches were involved. Is that right?
That's correct.
Good. Okay. 8.3, you talk about trenching started mid-February, was completed by the end of March. Reporting of the evaluation is in progress for some interim reporting. Hence, the need for further work, further evaluation, further consideration of the evaluation, and the final statement of common ground. Yep. Good. Okay. 8.4, you talk about the evaluation report, and section 8 of your section 8 of that provides a good summary of its findings. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Now, the significance of the archaeology. What's your position? There is or is there not remains that are demonstrably of national importance?
No, we've not found within the trenching any remains that are demonstrably of national importance.
And you've had regard in particular when considering these issues to, I think, footnote 75. Is that right?
That's correct.
Good. Okay. All right. But you do say the remains are acknowledged to be of regional significance. I think sometimes it's described as medium as opposed to high, but what's the correct description in your view?
I mean, in terms of the table being used in the study, they're labelled as medium significance of regional. So, yeah, I mean, I would say medium significance in those terms.
Yeah, so medium's an acceptable term, or?
Medium's an acceptable term in this sense, yeah.
Okay. Now, this requires consideration of paragraph 216 of the MPPF when weighing applications, investigations, obviously, and recording should not be the first option for mitigation. What's the first option?
Well, the first option is, can you preserve it?
Yeah, in line with the inspector's question. Yeah.
That's right.
In the event that you can't, let's say the road has to go in that area, and I mean by that the main link road, then what are the options if it can't remain in situ?
Well, it's a balanced decision on what really is the level of harm to those remains, and how you weigh that up against the benefit of what you're trying to do and how it fits in. So you would try to, I mean, it doesn't have to be fully preserved, or it could be partially preserved, but the first instance should be looking for preservation if we can achieve it, certainly for the regionally important remains.
Yeah. And in terms of where we go from it, in the event that the Secretary of State were to grant planning permission, what happens next, please, in terms of the extent of work? We've got work that's been done. You've been satisfied by that. There's been various observations about the speed or how late it was, but we are where we are, and there's no objection, there's no evidence of national interest. What happens next, though, really, if outline planning permission is granted by the Secretary of State?
Well, we need to make sure there's conditions that secure a framework that brings it all together. That within that we have the archaeological evaluation and mitigation strategy set out, but that should be guided by the framework. The framework will be the overarching way in which we approach the archaeology on the site and its interpretation and its presentation and how the community involved and that sort of thing. Because we are dealing with a piece of work which will take over 20 years worth of long-term on a lot of number of sites with possibly quite a lot of different archaeological contractors, possibly a lot of different archaeological curators by that stage.
Yeah.
So we just need to make sure it's all properly wrapped up into something that's a framework that can be reflected upon and improved as our knowledge improves. But every time we dig a site, it should be able to feed back into our understanding of the overall landscape we're dealing with and how it should be addressed.
Okay, so at this stage then, obviously there will be conditions attached to the planning permission. How important is it that the conditions set out certainly the expectations for certain things? For example, interpretation. What's your view about a degree of specificity in the conditions so that we know what's really expected and intended?
It does need to include specific elements where we can identify them. It's difficult. We've asked for an interpretation strategy to be agreed as part of that framework. But there will be elements. We could look maybe at that site, the causeway enclosure, for example, where there is an opportunity. It's going to be a public open space that has been maintained for an archaeological reason. Interpretation in that area could be of public benefit to try and understand and bring together the archaeological works that are in that area, which incidentally also sits next to where we've got the Roman road found, and we've got the archaeological evidence from the sites at Radfield and nearby as well. So there are opportunities within that to realise and give something back.
So in terms of that interpretation, effectively, it requires the applicant to submit a scheme to be approved by Kent, and so Kent, your department, in effect, controls what is required and what will be approved, and then implementation in accordance with what's been agreed. Is that right?
Yeah, it would be submitted to the local planning authority, who we would be advising, or my equivalent would be advising at that particular time. But,
yeah. Good. Can I just ask you about the potential for preservation of some parts of the Iron Age and Roman metalworking sites? What's your views on that?
We have looked to preserve these in the past on schemes such as the junction at the motorway at Stockbury, for example, which was taken into account in the design originally.
That junction of M2.
Junction M2, yeah. At a very early stage, we undertook geophysics and trial trenching and did identify probably a better quality site than we've got these of the four that we've got, with furnaces coming through. And there had been previous work on the pipeline at Stockbury as well, which had thrown up some what are nationally important remains of furnaces. So they were those areas were preserved. So we have got four of these sites within the remains, but they aren't of the quality of those that we did avoid. But the preference should be, where we can, to preserve as much of these as we can. It will be difficult, I would have thought, in the Area 1 site, which is more, a bit lower down the scale, but there are probably options on the Area 3 sites south of the Science Park.
Good. Next, can I ask you about the hilltop enclosure at Church Street and your observations on that?
Yeah, that site, we evaluated Church Street originally in two areas. One was based on the geophysics, which was on the plateau that runs between Church Street, Robinsham, and there's a very sharp valley that comes through, a quite dramatic valley. And then on the other side of that valley, there was, from LiDAR and aerophotographs, had identified what looked like a very large, substantial enclosure. So we identified those two features. The substantial enclosure on the western side of the valley turned out to be more a geological feature, so that's not a particular issue now. But the area between Church Street and the valley itself identified a hilltop enclosure of late Iron Age and Romano-British date, with some remains of earlier date there as well.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So a hilltop enclosure of the late Iron Age and
between Church Street and the valley.
Between Church Street and the valley. And it's quite a dramatic position, the valley. If you stand on it, you're looking down. I think it's about 20 metres into the valley. So it is a sort of very pronounced position. And as Councillor Bonney said, you've got pretty good views around in all directions from it. Some of the trenches, some of the ditches within the site do appear to be defensive in nature. They're very large, deep ditches, and there has been some sort of terracing on the side as well. So there is a site of some significance there. It's difficult to say the full significance because we've evaluated within the footprint of the development in that area rather than...
So this would be, is this in Area 4?
Area 4, yes.
And this would be the area of Oakwood Village North, yes?
This particular location is where the road crosses Church Street and drops into the valley. So in that location, the road, I think, cuts down into the valley, into the top of the hill by about 3 metres, and then goes into an embankment across the valley.
Is that the green area then, the country park area?
There's green country park area around it. Yeah. Yes, I think so.
So that would be easier to, presumably, to preserve it in situ.
In the country park, yeah.
Is it a national significance?
It's one of those that's very difficult to say based on present evidence. I would have thought probably at the upper end of regional, but it's at the moment we've got a few trenches through it within the narrow footprint of the development.
Right. Okay.
Good. Next, please. The geophysics here. The geophysics is what's helping to pick up mainly industrial sites in this landscape. Is that right? Can you just explain what that means?
Yes, it is quite clear in the geophysics survey has been carried out over the majority of the site where it's been possible to get access to. There are blank areas which haven't been covered, which is where previous brick earth quarrying has taken place as well. So some of those large areas of white, which are shown on the drawing earlier, are areas where brick earth quarrying has taken place, and obviously the archaeology on the surface, which geophysics would pick up, has been removed by previous quarrying. So we've got extensive geophysics over the site, which has been done to my satisfaction. The geophysics, we targeted geophysics anomalies that come up on these, and consistently those anomalies have been of the late Iron Age Romano-British character and of industrial character, which suggests that the geophysics is performing quite well at picking up those sort of industrial sites. Geophysics picks up magnetic signals, and it's the contrast of the magnetic signals against the background magnetic properties of the geology. So where you have got metalworking, it will pick up that sort of contrast better than if you have features that cut into the natural, which is already highly magnetic and disturbed. It doesn't quite pick up as well. So if you look at Area 4, for example, it has been successful in picking up the late Iron Age and Romano-British features within that, not entirely, but mostly. But there are earlier features, potentially a Bronze Age date, which were found in the trenching alongside those which are of an earlier, which weren't picked up by the geophysics, which is a reasonably good indication, I think.
So geophysics is good at picking up Romano-British and industrial archaeology, but for earlier archaeology, the trenching is more revealing.
It will be, yes. I mean, it depends very much on what the background parent material, the geology is, really. And it is influenced by things like depth of soils. It can be influenced by ground conditions as well, and crops as well. But in this instance, because of the magnetic property, it's not it's worked well where it's identified, but you can't dismiss blank areas as being without potential.
Yeah, and so what's required in the event of, you've been satisfied up to now, but in the event of planning permission being granted, there is, in your view, a need for trenching throughout the site?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. The hilltop enclosure and the road into the valley side, your observations on that?
Well, the hilltop enclosure sits where the road will cross Church Street and extends down into. It's perched on the top of the slope, so it will have to be affected by the road. If the road is crossing the valley at that point, but it's, from what I understand from the scheme drawings and sections, it's about a 3 metre drop through that site before you pick up the embankment that's been proposed across the valley.
Yeah, so the implications of that?
Implications that will have to be preserved by record.
Preserved by record.
If permission is granted, yeah.
Okay. The remains of Watling Street in Area 6, what's your view about that?
Obviously, Watling Street is quite a long road. We have picked it up in other places. It's a rare finding to find offline. Watling Street it generally follows the A2 corridor, but it's in places it's online and in places it's offline. We've generally thought that it does occur to the south, where we have found it elsewhere in Swale, particularly in this part of Kent. What we've picked up, we've only picked this up in the very northern end of one of the trenches, Trench 3 on the Area 4 site. And indeed, if we'd had the trench 2 metres further south, we would have missed it altogether. So it does show you as an example of trial trenchings. Yeah. So it's found just below the surface within that field, and the field is roughly the same level as the existing road. So when you're engineering the road in that location, it's going to be very difficult, not unlike the Frognall Lane site, to actually avoid impacting, I would have thought. Although there may be ways of raising the road over it and engineering it, it's probably going to be affected. I think the point is it's probably not one of the better preserved bits of Roman Road, although we've only hit the very edge of it. But we do have a pretty good preserved section in locally at Ospringe as well as Sindale Park. So if permission is granted, then we have to accept that the Roman Road will be affected in that. But we should really try and minimise the impact on that Roman Road through constraining the design as much as possible.
Sindale Park, that's west of Faversham, is that right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it's immediately. It's Ospringe, it's a little village, and then west is Sindale.
Okay, the side road, the track in Area 6, runs southwards from the development. What observations from the development area, I should say, what observations do you have about that? That's heading southwards into the scheme of an area of orchard, so it's impossible at this present time to do geophysics. Area 6, and it's there's the witness.
Sorry.
I'm asking, he wants me to ask him about Area 6, and so he's going to tell you about Area 6.
Okay. No, there's Watling Street itself, which is what the A2 follows in Area 6, and that's been found in the northern part of one of the trenches. And it's been found. It's quite a thick area of road. It's got two distinct phases within it. It's fairly well formed from what we can see, and we can see a distinct camber for the road extending into the site. But that's on the northern edge of Area 6. We've got running, I think it was Trench 1, running perpendicular from that road perpendicular to the A2, and I assume from the Roman road, we have another Roman trackway or road which runs to the south of Area 6 and then would run into the orchards, probably following the valley which Area 6 sits within, which heads southwards. Potentially, I would have thought, and this is speculation, but probably informed speculation, it was going to some Rodmersham Roman Villa, which sits sort of south of Rodmersham. But that's only speculation at the moment. But certainly there's a Roman road heading, or a Roman trackway road heading into the scheme. Following it is difficult at this present time because it's obviously in orchards and it's difficult to child trench within orchards, and it's difficult to do geophysics within orchards, especially if there's metalwork around, because that affects the magnetic properties as well. So,
would you place on that?
That's probably regional, I would have thought. And then the third element of that site is the whole site was covered in a very thick, dark soil, black in places, and that was rich in materials. It had a lot of Roman building material in it, lots of ceramics. It did have metalwork in it as well. And we've test pitted through that. It was very difficult to see what that was involving, so we put some test pits through it, and it's comprising of lots of very fine layers of Roman archaeology coming through, what we call stratification, stratified deposits. The sort of things you would find in a sort of settlement or urban type context, but on a very fine grain. So it's a very, very complex archaeology. Extremely difficult to unravel at this point and understand exactly what it is. There were dumping deposits, there were areas of elements of industry, possibly floor surfaces and sort of yard surfaces and that sort of thing. So there's something going on, of significance there. Some of it may have washed into the valley, because we do know on the adjacent farm at Radfield, there is a significant Roman settlement site, and that's immediately adjacent to this present site, so it could be extending from that. That's immediately east of, it's a farmyard that's immediately east of Area 6. Outside the scheme, yeah.
And that's a settlement?
Yeah, there's Iron Age and Roman remains being found in the past, particularly, well, through the 19th century, 20th century, and particularly from investigations by local archaeologists in the 60s and 70s. It's very difficult to pin down some of the records on those, though, exactly what's being found where we are trying. So those deposits are complex. Their full significance isn't precisely known. Certainly, I would have thought regionally important, and would take a pretty big effort to dig and investigate, because if you imagine an excavation in that sense, a lot of the archaeology we're dealing with in the open fields is the ploughs truncated everything down to the natural geology, and it'd be things like ditches and post holes and such cutting into the geology. In this instance, you've got layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of archaeology and very fine things. So it's a matter of having to pick it out piece by piece. The sort of thing you would do in London on bigger scales, but obviously smaller sites. So you need to make sure that would be allowed for in the development timing. And obviously, again, preservation if possible. Preservation can apply through all levels of significance. It shouldn't, we should be looking at what we've got and for the first instance and looking at it, can it be preserved? It costs a lot of money to excavate as well. So we just need to make sure we look at the archaeology and have an informed decision on what we've got and how it can be impacted.
Good. Anything else about Area 6?
No, that's fine.
Okay. So, given all of the above, all the investigations that's taken place, what you've seen, the evaluation reports and so on, what's the overall conclusion in terms of the status of what's been found and equivalent status to a scheduled monument?
Well, we've not found anything specifically that we can say is demonstrably of national importance. And the footnote 75 does guide us to look at the demonstrably of national importance aspects. Yeah,
and which are demonstrably of equivalent significance to scheduled monuments.
Yeah, which is a national importance question.
And we've got no evidence of that.
I found it a bit difficult to hear you.
Sorry.
But are you saying there's not anything specifically of national importance?
That we found during the trial trenching, no.
Right, I see, thank you.
I mean, there is potential for remains within areas we haven't trial trenched, but finding those would require much more extensive trial trenching.
Which will happen?
Which will happen as part of the mitigation strategy.
So further evaluation post-consent is required, is that right?
That's right.
In advance of Tier 2.
Yes.
And that's through conditions, is that right?
That's through conditions.
The draft archaeological mitigation strategy forwarded by the applicant, just your observations on that, please?
Yes, at the moment we haven't agreed that. There are elements of it we need to tie down better. I think it should be informed by the archaeological framework, which broadly brings everything together. But there are elements such as details in terms of the test pitting, for example. I've mentioned about needing for two phases. It's got a diagram in there that shows a single phase, so we would need to work that through. There are elements in terms of the overall approach in the table that's included in there that suggests that anything of medium significance, i.e. regionally important, the first instance should be, or the approach should be, to undertake preservation by record investigation, not by preservation. And preservation should be the initial consideration as we look through things, if they're significant enough.
Good, thank you. Finally then, can we go to your 6.7, where you say, I advise that should development be permitted, then conditions should be applied, that's secure, and you've got a series of bullet points there, and I think it'd be useful just to have your views on the justification for these various requirements. So if we go, it's page 10, madam, if we go of the proof.
Yeah.
So if we go to those bullet points, first of all, an agreed archaeological framework that would need to be in place before the Tier 2 applications and should be site-wide in its scope, including research design, archaeological model and statement of significance, updated strategy of archaeological assessment and mitigation to include the overall coordination of the post-excavation and reporting stages and strategies for community archaeology and public engagement and heritage interpretation. So that's the purpose of the framework, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And when does that get drawn up?
That needs to be drawn up as soon as we get permission, or I mean it could be drafted. We'll start in drafting from now, really, but...
Okay, and so it's a document to be drawn up, but certainly it could be drawn up now, but in terms of its actual agreement, it's a post-outline planning permission document.
Yes.
Yeah. And it identifies their specific things. Those are what you would like. So any condition should reflect, at the very least, each of those requirements. Is that right? Yeah. Yep. Secondly, archaeological evaluation to inform the Tier 2 applications. Archaeological evaluation should comprise geoarchaeological and Paleolithic test pit works and trial trenching of the development impact areas, and could include further geophysical surveys of areas yet to be surveyed and electrical sections of deposits of geoarchaeological significance.
Correct.
So much more trial trenching and test pits.
Test pits, and for the geoarchaeology, that there are geophysical approaches such as electrical sections, which can give you some good resolution on the extent of deposits as well. So this is where it's not just about doing a single phase of test pitting; it's about a proper measured approach, looking at the data we've got in detail and picking up the strategy for doing that in the appropriate way.
Okay, and then archaeological mitigation, including preservation in situ. You know, this is something you've raised before. You want the condition to reflect that for the regionally, well, for what is found, certainly a regional level, the starting point should be in situ. Is that right?
Yeah, that should be a consideration that we get at the outset, rather than just saying regional importance. Therefore, we can just dig it up.
Yeah.
Whether that's in full or in part, you know, it's how it sits. It's looking at the specifics of the archaeological remains we find.
Yeah. The safeguarding of the area of the potential causeway enclosure, including fencing during development, etc., etc. So that's an area of particular interest, which the condition should specifically focus on. Is that right?
Yeah, this was for the northern site that we identified for that one.
Yeah, and it's clear that's what you suggested in there.
Yeah.
And then the community archaeology and public engagement. How does that operate? How do members of the public and interested local archaeologists get involved?
Well, I think it's important they get involved because it's their heritage and there needs to be engagement. And there's plenty of opportunities within this work to do such. So the strategy, the framework strategy, should set out how, you know, a strategy for dealing with that community angle, and could include participation even in places, and certainly there are elements that have been suggested in the mitigation strategy already that we would look at, things like tours and open days, that sort of thing.
Okay, and then community archaeology and public engagement. The public engagement aspect is how do you engage the public in this process?
You can do it remotely from the site, through media, through
what?
Through various social media or from the media. You can do it through talks. You can do it through visits to schools. You can do it. There's numerous ways you can do it. We did it very successfully on our Kent County Council scheme on the Isle of Thanet, the East Kent Access Road, and put an archaeological strategy in place, community archaeology strategy in place there, which was highly successful and engaged with thousands of people from fairly modest thing, and it did help to sort of bring the community involved into the development and was, you know, seen as a success of that scheme.
Yeah, and the heritage interpretation as well, please. That's over the page in your bullet points. I think everybody understands the value of interpretative material, but you want the condition to expressly reflect that. Is that right? Yeah,
we need to make sure there's a heritage interpretation strategy, but there will be specifics. At the moment, we can identify potentially that area of the causeway enclosure on the northern site as a particular site that, you know, you could identify. Highsted Woods could be another area where there is some sort of interpretation. We talked about the Holloway, for example. It may be medieval, it may be later, but there will be works that if the road does affect it, it's not going to affect all of it. It runs outside the scheme impact footprint as well. So there are upstanding earthworks there which could be interpreted and presented on site as well, which would engage the new communities you've got sort of in their heritage and history. And I think when you're building a new place, grounding it in the past is an important element.
Okay, and then finally, provision of archaeological archives. So this is you want the condition to reflect the need for appropriate archaeological archive material.
Yeah, I mean, the archaeological works are likely to generate a large archaeological archive.
Yeah.
And provision for that and how they're stored needs to be worked out. At the moment, there are very limited capacities for storage of archaeological archives, and in a lot of cases, archaeological contractors such as Wessex Archaeology are holding on to them until a solution is found. When they are found, there's obviously a cost element to securing their deposition, so that needs to be included within the sort of archaeological framework there.
Yeah, so those are all the suggested components of appropriate conditional conditions for the northern site. Should the same set of features or the same components be in the condition for the southern site?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Thank you very much indeed. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Very succinct. Good afternoon, Mr. Mason.
Good afternoon.
You obviously heard what I put to Mr. Lakin, and I think in respect of your position and the position my clients have, your position is, it's right to say that there is further work that needs to be done.
That's correct.
But that work can await Tier 2.
Yes.
Whereas my client's position is that actually further work should have been done at this stage.
Yeah.
Now, in your evidence in chief, I noted that in particular you made the point that the more evaluation you do, the more you reduce the risk.
Correct.
When you were presented with the application at the submission stage, it's right to say that the applicant at that stage hadn't done all that they could have done.
No, the child trenching hadn't been undertaken. There were some, at the very early stage, there were some studies, such as the GeoArc, hadn't been undertaken on one of the sites. I think it was the northern site at that stage, but that's been addressed.
So, and in respect of the pragmatic approach to agreeing the further works, was that a pragmatic approach adopted on the basis of having an application that was for a large proposal?
It was, the pragmatic approach is to do the broad surveys which can be done, and then to target in on what we think are the potential sites that we could readily identify for informing the development, or showstoppers as we've referred to them, or show informers. You know, something you might need to take account of. So, you know, if we thought that there was something of national importance, we can adjust the parameters, because the parameters get set at this stage, and we're trying to work within that. Small sites within parameters, there's more flexibility. In very large sites, such as the causeway enclosure, for example, we had to adjust the parameters to fit it in, and you know, so we're trying to get beyond that issue.
So, in respect of your considerations, the application comes in, you look at the archaeology, you decide that more needs to be done. In terms of adopting the pragmatic approach, are you looking at the timetable in which the application needs to be determined as part of that consideration?
The timetable for determination of the application. Well, we've asked for the trial trenching at an early stage, and it has now been undertaken since determination. But as you've seen, what we've done is taken 6 weeks. It's been quite a fast 6 weeks, as we've noted. But it has been done, and I've gone out and monitored it and risen to the challenge of keeping on top of it.
So, and our position is that this is all being done very late in the day by the applicant, and there's nothing to have prevented the applicant from doing this type of work prior to submission.
That's right. I mean, it was being done late in the day. I mean, our objection was on the basis of the child trenching hadn't been undertaken at that stage. Then that's my objection to Swellborough Council.
As a professional archaeologist, were you surprised that the trenching hadn't been done when you read the application as submitted?
At the stage, we had early engagement and things before the geophysics surveys had been undertaken. The submission came in, and at that point, we saw what had been come through on the geophysics surveys, and then we asked for the targeting of that first thing. There's obviously been a long period since then to pick it up, but it's, I think we've been fairly consistent in the need for child trenching, and we even identified it in the scoping opinion originally. So,
I mean, there's nothing to prevent an applicant warrant undertaking more work at the point of submission? So to have done trial trenching, to have undertaken research and trenching in other areas?
That's correct. I mean, it does happen.
And that would presumably be an approach that you would welcome?
The more you do, the less risk, obviously. But we have to go in terms of what we require. Is that sort of pragmatic approach? Is what is reasonable, what's proportionate of what we've got at that stage?
Would it be unreasonable to have expected the trial trenching to have been undertaken earlier in the life of the application?
No.
I want to just ask you a bit about Watling Street and the discovery of the tip of it in Area 6.
Sure.
And I think the tip of Watling Street that was discovered in trenching in Area 6. And I think if I was following you correctly, there is some suggestion that there may be a direct link from Watling Street down to the Roman Villa in Rodmersham, is that right?
Yeah, there's certainly a link on a road heading off southwards from the site into the site down the valley. Whether it goes to the Roman Villa or not is speculation. The Roman Villa is on a broadly similar direction.
So yes, and kind of apologies again because I'm going slightly back to my time team watching days. I mean, in that regard, if you have a look at the map in 4.2 of the addendum statement of common ground.
Yep.
So we have Area 6 in the northeast corner.
Yeah.
And then we have Rodmersham kind of on the edge of Area 5. Towards the bottom of it. And then we have Upper Rodmersham, is beyond Area 5. But between Area 6 and Upper Rodmersham, we have the area between 5 and 6 that hasn't had any investigative work. And presumably that is something you say should be undertaken at Tier 2.
Yes, it should. I mean, that area is currently covered in orchards, so it's very difficult to do it.
So, but knowing that there is potentially a road there, that I think you said it's not terribly deep down under the surface of the ground. I mean, how much of an obstacle would an orchard present in terms of undertaking some further trial trenching if, say, a landowner was willing to remove some trees?
I mean, it could be done with removal of the trees, but that's quite a big impact on present use. Could be tested, I suppose, in Area 5, depending on how it goes. Area 5 has been geophysics surveyed and nothing has shown up. The other point I would make in the area just south of Area 6, it has been subject to quarrying as well, which did find some of the Paleolithic remains, upper Paleolithic remains. So understanding what's going on in areas to the south of Area 6 will be constrained by the previous quarrying as well. So if you took up a few trees and haphazardly put a trench in on the projected line, if it's an area quarrying, then it would have been lost already. So we just need to bear that in mind.
So the discovery of the tip of Watling Street, could that be described as a lucky discovery? At this stage?
Well, we've tried to target the trenches for that purpose. It was one of the objectives of what we had in the WS scheme. We specifically looked at that area because we had the Roman site next door to it. We had the Causeway Camp above it. And we've got Watling Street, obviously, bordering the northern part of it. And we've had in other places the Roman road to the south. In fact, part of it was picked up, although it's not very clear in the trenching, to the west of Area 6. So if you can see on that same figure, on the other side of Dully Road, there's a field to the north of the quarried area, adjacent to Hempstead House. And there were gravel deposits that were picked up in trial trenching there in 2006, I believe. And we specifically had that area taken out of quarrying at the time. So it wasn't entirely unexpected, but the site of the trenching was constrained a bit by services and that sort of thing within the site as well. You have to take into account the present uses and the safety concerns and that, such. So we did try to have trenches that were going north to south. So if the Roman road was going across, we'd have a very good chance of picking it up. So not so much lucky, but we won't just hit it. It was not that far off the present alignment.
So not lucky, but only just hit it.
Yeah.
The references to quarrying, is that quarrying or brick earth removal?
Brick earth quarrying, yeah.
Now, the reason I say lucky is in a discussion about the mausoleum, you mentioned that it was lucky to have been found, and presumably the impacts on the road weren't too severe.
Yeah, it wasn't lucky to be found. We were fortunate in that when it was found, that the modern road is at a higher level across that part of the valley, so therefore engineering was possible on this spur road, and it was a spur road, to enable it to be preserved within it. Planning permission had already been granted. There had been trial trenching. There was a robbed out foundation for an external wall that was found, which was undated at the time, and there was a couple of cremation burials had been found. In fact, they were the only 2 cremation burials found in the entire site. So when you talk about lucky, that was something that was found. But the mausoleum itself and the significance of it was something that emerged through the investigation. So we'd already, because of the foundation that had been found, and because of the 2 cremation burials, we had targeted that area of the development for what we call strip map and sample excavation, which was to open up a strip of the area of the development impact. And it was during that we found this central mausoleum structure, which coincided with the centre of the roundabout. And we managed to get the roundabout to be lifted slightly, and the foundations for it to preserve it underneath, with the mausoleum structure itself preserved in the middle.
So on that one, the luck kind of arose from the limited engineering requirements in order to preserve.
Yes, I mean we did quite a lot of engineering.
Could one foresee the circumstances where a find could come up that would require more significant works to amend the design of, say, a road?
Yeah, I mean it's potentially. Yeah, it depends on what the location and the deviations are.
And those type of interventions could lead to some significant delay in respect of delivery of a planning proposal.
I mean, the intention of the strategy is to get the evaluation in as early as possible post consent. So we want to get the evaluation undertaken as far in advance of Tier 2.
So, and this is where we
yes.
diverge.
Okay.
So our position is, would it not be prudent to undertake this type of evaluation prior to the Secretary of State's determination of this?
That would require hundreds of trenches. It could be into thousands of trenches across the entire site if you wanted to eliminate that risk.
You could have circumstances where you would have an applicant willing to do that, given the costs involved in their planning proposal and the ultimate gain they could get from it.
You could have. I'm not sure we do, but that's...
Coming down to Area 7 on the map in the addendum statement of common ground, you heard me putting to Mr. Larkin this issue about the fines within the quarry.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you were answering to me just now in response to a question, you said, well, where you were aware of cremated remains, that you'd undertaken works adjacent to those sites. Now, you've seen in Councillor Bonney's proof the map of the quarries, showing some of the finds. Now, the quarry to the north of Cromer's Road, do you think it would be prudent to undertake some investigation? Do you want me to refer you to Councillor Bonney's proof?
I've got it here. Quickly.
Quarry 2.
Chop it 2, yeah.
It's the one that has the Iron Age grave in, I think.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, within the quarries themselves, they've obviously been excavated to great depth.
But there are areas of land around the quarry.
There are areas of land around it which have an increased potential from that materials. Whether the Iron Age graves, I mean, it depends how well plotted those Iron Age graves are from very early records as well. As you can see in Chalk Pit 2, they extend from the lead coffin 1935 in the west-northwest down to Iron Age graves 1955 in the south bit. So, sometimes these aren't very well located, but that can be important.
I think what my clients struggle with is this area that falls between Area 7 and Area 4 and 5, where the site curves round, and why there has been no investigation on that area.
Yeah, I mean, Area 7 was a broad area trying to model the archaeology in that area, and included the earthworks. We have had some trenching on the eastern side and the western side of Highsted Wood, but not within the footprint of the road, within the woods, also between the Chalk Pit 3 and the woods. And there's a blank area there, which I understand the road will cross over, and there'll be a link coming from Cromer's Road to link into it. I do believe it's elevated as well, so there probably is a vertical alignment potential for preservation in that area. But that would something we need to test.
And the intention would be to do that at Tier 2?
Yes, in advance of Tier 2.
In advance of Tier 2?
Yeah.
Coming on to the northern site.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this is an issue that my clients struggle with in particular, why there's been no trial trenching at that site. Now, we know there are finds of some significance that have been made there in the past. Would it not have been prudent to have undertaken some trial trenching there?
We've had, the site was geophysics surveyed, where it could be. There were large areas of that site, it should be noted, have been quarried as well, particularly north of the camp that we've got.
Can I check, is that quarried or brick earth?
Sorry, brick earth quarried, yeah.
Sorry,
north of where we've got the Causeway camp. So areas of that have been already affected by brick earth quarrying. And then there are large areas of orchard as well in that. So although it looks like large areas of blank approach, there are substantial areas that have been affected already.
And we looked at the plan within the Tong conservation area.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to turn it up, and within that conservation area there have been findings from different periods in time. Now, again, would the prudent approach have been for the applicant to have undertaken some trial trenching there prior to submitting the application?
Well, the approach we took was there has been geophysics survey undertaken within the area on the eastern side of the stream to Thomas Beckett's Well, or Tong Stream, I think it's called, and nothing jumped out in that trial trend in the geophysics. So in terms of trying to find something that would be of that significance, it would be sort of random trenching, trying to target it. The area that was mentioned of the preserved archaeology on the west side of the stream in the Stones Farm development, yes, there is archaeology preserved underneath the attenuation pond there. That area was trial trench, so we got a reasonably good idea of what depth it's at, and it is quite deep.
So when you say that was trial, when was that trial trench?
That was trial trenched as part of the Stones Farm.
Yes,
Yeah.
to be clear, I'm not going to start making a point about things moving around in the ground, but I just wanted to be clear. I mean, in respect to the fines under the attenuation pond, obviously there's a proposal for the road to go over the pond.
Yeah.
Will those earlier fines still need further investigation?
I think the first point is, how will they be affected by the road and its engineering? They are deeply buried, it's going to be said, beneath the pre-existing surface. So when you take into account the attenuation pond level as well, it's built up quite considerably over it. So you would need to work out how the engineering of that crossing is, and there would be ways and means, I would think, of crossing over. I know you need a substantial bridge, but then the placement of piles and that sort of thing could be taken into account, I suspect. Most of the other area, as you go across the area that's set aside as green space between the stream and the Stones Farms development, hasn't been trenched, but there has been some test pit work, and again deposits were quite deep in that area with what we call colluvium, as deposits wash off the top of the hill into the valley, have built up. So as it's on the embankment, there's probably not as much impact in that area as there would be in others where there's cuttings.
Thank you. Coming back to the geophys point, so the reason for ruling out some of the trial trenching in the northern site is down to geophys not identifying.
Yes, and we had geophysics for the Stones Farm site as well.
We also can obviously understand that geophysics doesn't pick up everything.
No, it's a technique that contributes to the understanding.
So again, on my client's case, that where you have geophys not picking up certain, we say, times in history, that where there is the prospect of material being there that won't be picked up by geophys, would it be prudent to put in a trial trench?
Well, that's it's down to what the background understanding is. I mean, we're using not just geophysics, we're using the topography of the site, we're using what we understand of the soils, we're using understanding of how it's been impacted in the past and present land use. So you've got to put a lot of different things into the mix to actually target trenching. So in this instance, we have a reasonably good idea what's on the western side of the stream. On the eastern side of the stream, we don't. But we do know it has been affected in places by the road, where the road comes through, by previous brick earth quarrying. There are orchards in places, and where we had geophysics carried out, it hasn't picked up anything that we can target. Yes, we could do additional trenching in that area, but broadly, you put some trenches down, you find a few ditches and things that, without the sort of articulation of what you've found in the big picture, it's very difficult to sort of assign a sort of national importance thing from that.
And your position would be that the time to do that would be Tier 2?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
And in advance of Tier 2?
In advance of Tier 2.
Can I? I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about thefts from sites. Would you have expected there to have been some measures in place to deter theft?
Normally, in a sort of out in the countryside type development, we don't put fencing around the sites. They're very difficult to encompass every single trench. It takes a long time, expands the process, and also the risk factors are, as has been said, lower. If you've got particular types of archaeology, then we would ask for it. Councillor Bonney did mention about the potential for theft in this to me during the works, and I did check with the archaeologist to make sure, and through my own monitoring, that there wasn't any theft going on the site. And it is quite clear to see if artefacts are being removed from a site. You do get holes in the sections. It's not unknown, and we have had sites around Sittingbourne that have done that, as we have everywhere else in the county, and it's probably national as well. One of the sites where we had the site at the Area 6, where we did find metalworking on the Roman Road, I asked the archaeologists to run over it with a metal detector themselves, and they often do that anyway as part of the process, so they get to it before the rest. So you can reduce the risk in that way as well. But if there was archaeology on the site that was at risk, then we would ask for fencing. And
in terms of if permission is granted at this stage, obviously one of the community concerns is theft from sites. And as you explained, that it is the duty to protect the heritage of the local community. Is there a proposal to include requirements for a proper assessment of the risk of theft and appropriate measures to be put into place?
And that could be included in the framework as well. We do have very good relationships with the police crime, rural crime units. We do have portable antiquities scheme officers embedded in the county council who do liaison with metal detectorists, and we do tend to be able to spot them. And we did make specific provisions on the Frognall Gardens site where we found the Triton statue, to make sure that was properly protected. They put what looked like Daleks basically in the middle of the site to warn off people, and it was fully fenced as well. But we tried to, one of the reasons for keeping that fairly quiet and low key was because of the risk, and didn't want to attract too many people to the site.
This brings me on to the next point. So you heard me put to Mr. Lakin the concerns about this being a site where there had been identified finds of some significance, and it was in the context of a public inquiry. Mm-hmm. We're now in the position where more material has come into the inquiry showing specifically where things have been found. And this is a high-profile inquiry,
sure.
Secretary of State call-in. Is that something that should be factored into the considerations in terms of whether or not measures should be taken to proactively prevent theft as opposed to the reactive approach that seemed to be suggested?
Proactively at this point with the trenches backfilled. I mean, the trenches are backfilled.
As in when we're doing the further investigation?
When we're doing the further investigation, we'll have to be looking at how we protect the sites, but it won't, if the trial trenching is usually a very quick dig and open and backfill type of process. So it depends how widespread they are. But if there are particular things, if we found a cemetery site, for example, we would be looking for protective measures on that. We often have cases where we're trial trenching and a grave has been found, and we get the grave excavated that day before the people leave the site. You know, it can be that quick if need be. If it's an open area excavations and the mitigation scale side of things, then that tends to be a bit later in the scheme when you have got to find areas which are properly fenced off and dealt with, you know, sort of long-term sites that take months and months to dig. Occasionally would be properly fenced, and not just for archaeological security, but also for public protection in terms of falling into trenches and that sort of thing.
Just bear with me one moment, madam. I just want to check to see if there's anything else I need to put, but I think I've come to. Just very, very quickly, may or may not know the answer to this. In terms of the brick earth sites, that I think we'll come on to this, but I understand KCC has an interest in extracting brick earth from some of those sites. But are you aware as to how many months a year that brick earth can be removed from a brick earth quarry?
Yes, I've worked with quite a few brick earth quarry sites and integrated archaeological works into them, including within the scheme area, the Hempstead Quarry site, for example, which is south of the Hempstead House in the northwestern part of the southern side. So yes, I know it's seasonal because they have to keep it dry and supply, and they take it out in stages.
So do say if this isn't in your area of expertise, but can you say how many months a year that it's possible to extract brick earth?
I don't know the precise. I don't know. It's a number of months.
But is going on the basis of a number of months, is that something that needs to be factored into plans in respect of kind of the archaeological framework going forwards?
You would take those sort of considerations in as well if there's going to be quarrying. We would evaluate before quarrying is needed. The Kent County Council interest is in the minerals plan and what's the reserves available, and where archaeology of significance that needs to be preserved is found, then quarrying is removed, as they avoid it. So there is in the minerals plan provision for that, and indeed we've raised that in the northern site, where one particular area of the brick earth potential of the site is that area where the Causeway Camp is, and it's acknowledged that that is an area that won't be won as part of the brick earth reserve.
And has that been considered just in respect of the area south of Area 6, where I think you were saying there had been brick earth quarrying?
The full extent of that, there has been extensive brick earth quarrying. How deep and how wide is the key matter we don't have a full profile of. The geoarchaeological assessment is a model that is building up our understanding of those deposits and how deep the brick earth is in places. But it's based on data points. It's based on the amount of data you can pick from that's available to us and everything. So the more points there are, the more refined your model is in terms of precise amount of brick earth in any particular location. But the principle's the same. If we see an area that hasn't been quarried, then we would want to trial trench that area beforehand. And then if there is significant archaeology that we feel needs to be taken account of in terms of preservation, then we would ask them to avoid the quarrying as well, of winning that reserve. So it does, the archaeology can sterilise the potential brick earth quarrying in those places, which is what we have done on the northern side.
And again, on your position, that's for in advance of tier 2, not something to have been.
Yes, it's be done now. Yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
On the minerals plan, then, is this all an area of brick earth? Is it reserved for brick earth quarrying?
I don't think it's entirely reserved. I'm not familiar with the full plan.
It's the first I've heard of it, so.
Yeah, this isn't my minerals expert, so
No, I know.
If you've got any questions on minerals, we'll call a minerals expert.
Who am I to ask then? Planner?
We can find out, but this is an archaeologist, not a minerals expert.
Well, I know, but it's been raised in the archaeology section.
Yeah. And I'm not criticising that, but I'd be grateful if we didn't ask an archaeologist about minerals.
There are areas which have been identified. That's why it's not speaking. And there are areas which have been identified as higher mineral potential within the scheme. And I think there is within the core documents some consideration of those already. And Brian Geek is the advisor to Swale from our offices, who would be able to just pick on that.
Someone could give me some information at some stage on that. I haven't really got much to ask. You'll be pleased to know. Hang on just a minute. Probably. Yeah, I suppose it is really just goes back to the same point that's been made about what should be done in advance of any planning permission. And Historic England, as far as I'm aware, have there's an outstanding objection from them, isn't there? I don't know if you know any more about that.
Would it be possible just to say something about that? And I obviously don't mean to interrupt. This is just to you as a question of fact. It is information.
Yep, Mr. Simon, thank you very much.
There's a distinction, because you mentioned that earlier on, obviously, so we did just check into it. There's a distinction between, for reasons known best to themselves, Historic England's position for the northern application and the southern application. So just to be clear before the witness answers, in respect of the northern application, Historic England have an outstanding objection, and that is 4th of October of 24, and the core document number is 4.21. So we've got that. So
they haven't got an objection on the northern side?
No, sorry, they do. I meant to say that is an objection. So that just... Good. Yeah, so the northern site objection, 4th of October, 4.21, just to give you that reference.
Right.
The southern site, they note concerns and advice, but there is no objection. There had been an objection earlier on in the process, but there is not an objection at the moment anymore, as of the same date, 4th of October 2024, and the core document reference for that is 10.54.
I see.
There's a whole sequence of stuff. So they do note in terms, in that one, for the south, Historic England does not object, but they do note a number of concerns.
Yeah, it was a bit ambivalent, wasn't it, really?
I think that's a fair way of describing it, but I just wanted to note that, because on the south, earlier responses expressly object. So
right.
for whatever reason, as of October 24, that's their position. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. But I think that they did, from memory, they did say that, they had, as you say, certain concerns about...
Yeah. I think their main issues were over the geoarchaeology Paleolithic potentials.
About
the Paleolithic potential of the site. Normally, Historic England would, in terms of archaeology, would defer a lot of the discussions to ourselves as local advisors, but where nationally important archaeology is potentially present, then they would sort of come in a supportive way and trying to flag that up as well. But that would have come from, there has been, since I think that letter, there was the geoarchaeological assessment on the northern side hadn't been undertaken initially, and that has been added to the mix now as well.
Yeah. So with regards to the Paleolithic potential, we've heard that it's they're very deep.
It varies. It's generally very deep. If we took the sites to the south of Area 6, for example, on the west side of the site, it has been quarried, and so the deposits would be shallower. What tends to happen, the Paleolithic archaeology is the latest part of the Paleolithic archaeology, what we call the Upper Paleolithic archaeology, which is 10 to 25,000 years old, sits in the very lowest parts of the brick earth deposits, and probably in the upper sort of gravel deposits, or these what they call coombe deposits, which is a chalky gravel deposit underneath the brick earth. And then the earlier archaeology, it's about 400,000, which is what we call the Valois Middle Paleolithic archaeology, is found in these coombe deposits, specifically in this area, and they are sitting underneath the brick earths. Now the brick earths accumulate in valleys, and they accumulate broadly across the site, and we do know in places, say on the eastern part of the site, where they can be up to 3 to 4 meters deep. So your archaeology, the Upper Paleolithic archaeology would be at the base of those, and then the earlier archaeology still would be below. However, where there has been quarrying, the normal practice when you do a brick earth quarrying is not to go all the way down to the deposits at the bottom, And that's because they don't want to pick up the gravelly mix at the very base of the brick earth, which would sort of clog up their sort of brick making machines, and there's not a very good process, so they try and take the clean brick earth out. And that is a case of trying to, so they're effectively leaving, and I think in the Hempstead Quarry site, they've left 700 millimetres of deposit across the entire site of brick earth still in situ. So in those sort of circumstances, archaeology is closer or shallower than it would be where brick earth has been left in place. And that's where there's greater risk, and therefore less, there's more risk of foundations and the sort affecting it. It's still fairly well buried, 700 millimetres of soils. And I suppose in a quarry you may need to raise levels anyway for other reasons of sort of walls.
So that there's a 700 millimetres of brick earth left.
Yeah.
Above the gravelly bits, which are above the where the Paleolithic.
Where the earliest Paleolithic stuff is, yeah.
Yeah, and then you might get some stuff put on top.
Yeah.
Saying. So, all that in mind, then, we heard that there were. It's likely that a lot of this Paleolithic archaeology will have been moved by the ice, moving it around and stuff, so it's not in situ. What do you think to that?
The Paleolithic period is sort of characterised by sort of episodes of ice sheets and then warmer climates and river valleys being produced. So you're getting deposits of gravels which would have the artefacts in them. Some of them can be in situ. We have, particularly for the upper Paleolithic materials, we do have sites in Kent, for example, around Ebbsfleet, where we found a kill site, for example, where there's a long-tusked elephant was found and there's arrowheads around it and that sort of thing, axes and things. But they're extremely rare to find. So a lot of it will be within the sort of the deposits that have been moved by water. So that's true. In terms of whether they should be preserved in their location, then it comes about the context they're in is important as well. What we've got at the moment is museums full of artifacts from that site on the northwestern part of the scheme, the southern scheme, which have not been provenanced properly. They've been dug out during quarrying, and so they're sitting in museums. So we don't understand the provenance of them and how their environmental context. So if they are of such significance, then there is a significance to keeping them within the environmental context as well. As further archaeology techniques will improve as we go along. So
even if they're just sort of individual finds, like axe heads and things like that, it would still be better to keep them where they are?
Just a single individual find wouldn't be, but if it's a large assemblage and it's and it depends on the environmental context of the deposits they're in as well. So it's not just the finds themselves, it's the importance of the site will be about provenancing this sort of industry. So it is that environmental sediments and that sort of thing that goes with it.
So I suppose with that in mind then, so we don't really know anything much about all of that, do we, at the moment? No,
we've got the model that's been produced in the geoarchaeological assessment.
The deposit model.
Mm-hmm. The number of data points within that area are limited. We do have where we've had the previous quarrying, which at Hempstead Quarry, so we do know there was some deposits there. There's not a great deal found within that area, but actually targeting it, panning it down, will need more sort of test pitting to pick up exactly what's there and which areas have been quarried or not. The finds that are in the museums have come from a chalk quarrying area of that as well, which would have taken away the potential within that area. So
that's in the chalk quarries, 1, 2 and 3?
No, that's within that brick earth quarried as well. Basically, they took off brick earth over a large area, but they did in specific areas. It seems they would have gone deeper into the chalk to retrieve that as well as a separate operation, a separate mineral quarry.
On the site, you mean?
On the site, yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
And we do have that in various places.
Right, okay, so some finds have been already taken away?
Yes, yeah.
I see. So, I mean, are you satisfied then that, bearing in mind we've got a parameter plan which is going to be fixed, and also there's, I think, a green space structuring plan, and might be 1 or 2 others actually. Oh yeah, there is actually, isn't there? There's a building heights plan, I think, isn't there? That's to be conditioned now.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, but parameter plan, I suppose, and the green space structuring plan are the most important.
Yes.
So they fix, and I have to say that, you know, the road is on there. I mean, there'll be a bit of leeway, but, you know, from what we've heard and the amount of detail that has already been gone into of embankments and, you know, where it's all we've got, even though it's not part of the consideration at this stage, it seems to me as it's pretty unlikely to move much. So with that in mind, I mean, you happy that, especially at the junction with the A2, which seems to be quite a lot going on, and maybe down by Highsted Wood, that area, you are content that that can be done at a later stage?
Yes.
To protect everything?
Yes, as soon as we get conditions that are robust enough to secure the framework and secure the mitigation strategies with child trenching at an early stage, so we can take account. There will be parameter limitations on things, but there are ways and means of building that in on the smaller sites. So.
Okay. Right, okay, thank you very much. That's all I've got. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Yeah, it would be tempting, wouldn't it, to ask about the long-tusked elephants of Ebbsfleet or the crime-fighting Daleks of Sitting. Fascinating topic, but now I'm afraid I've got no more questions.
Right, thank you very much.
Yes, I've got some housekeeping-y bits to discuss. I'm happy to. Just to sort of cover off some of the bits and pieces from earlier on today, there are several things on the shopping list remain on the shopping list. However, we've now submitted to the programme officer and to everybody else a note on the Northern Relief Road, Northern Scheme land, those parcels which are outside our direct control. Oh no, sure. From this morning. It was one of the things on the list. And when you get it, it reflects the comments of, and is actually, as I understand it, essentially agreed with Kent. It's been run through Kent's legal team, and we've accepted all of their suggested changes to it, and now it's gone into the to the inquiry in the last hour or two. So that's that. It's to be, just so you know, when you get it, it's to be read. I'm sure this is obvious, but I'll just say it anyway. It's to be read alongside the plan that we've already got in the inquiry documents. At core document, here it comes, 100.24.2. 100.24.2 is a plan that identifies these different parcels and gives them different numbers and colours and all of that. And it is the type for the north. Yeah, it is. It's the land ownership plan. That's what it's called for the north. There's another one for the south, but obviously this is the relevant one. And so when you turn to this note, you'll need to have that plan to make it make sense, because it goes through those plots one by one. So that's that. An updated 106, two updated 106s, one for the north and one for the south, have been circulated to the programme officers that have regard to, among other things, there's a couple of tweaks on ecology, to make clear that the proposed scheme is to accord with the ecological mitigation strategy that's before you already. But obviously we'll come back to that. But those have gone in.
Am I getting hard copies of those, or is it only a minor thing?
They are minor tweaks. Which we could explain in an email. Maybe that's what we should do. Then you can decide.
Yeah, I'd rather not have another document at the moment.
Why don't we? If we could send an email to everyone explaining what's changed, and then you can review it and tell us if you'd like a printout or not, and we could do it like that. Right then, those are two things. Oakwood Farm.
Oh yeah.
There's a note. It's been drafted. It's been shared already with the LPA's heritage advisor, Miss Soanes, and I'm told final tweaks are being agreed, and it'll be ready tomorrow morning. So that's Oakwood Farm, and you'll remember, just on the topic of heritage, Bexon Court and all of that, the 2-star rather than...
We've got that, haven't we?
Do you actually have that now?
We've got the Miss Soanes's confirmation, basically, that, yeah, she's happy
There's
with
a bit, I didn't know that anyway, that's fine. That's to be an updated, revised statement of common ground that is agreed, apparently, with Miss Soanes and Dr. Doggett. And, no, sorry, it's agreed. Let me take it back. I didn't quite read that right. It's agreed with Soanes. It's with Dr. Doggett at the moment for finalising, and we're working to a deadline of Friday for submitting that in respect
the heritage statement of common ground.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's updated. The third update, I think.
Yeah, it may well be. Yeah.
I think this is this the document that's called an addendum heritage statement of common ground? It literally came into me at about 12:30.
Yeah. Could well be it. I don't know what time. That sounds right. So that'll be for Dr. Doggett to think about, and then hopefully be able to, I think it's only focusing on Bexon Court and the change in its listing.
I've only just skimmed it, but I think we can probably get back tomorrow with that, actually.
Great. And I think that was all the things. What else was there?
Is that everything?
I think that was it for now. Thank you very much. The only other thing, I know we've discussed it with the programme officer, but just to say that depending on what time we start tomorrow, I know we're not quite there yet, but moving on to tomorrow morning, that will depend on whether or not Mrs. Brockhurst, who's also coming back again for a reappearance.
10:30 she can come.
She could do 10:30, or if you wanted to keep it at 9:30, she can, I think, appear on the TV screen. But
which is better for her? What does she prefer?
She'd prefer Teams, but we can do either. And
well, unless anyone's got an objection, have you, Mr. Young?
No, I've got no objection. She lives near me, so I wouldn't want her to have a 3-hour journey.
Well, in that case, if you're
you're here.
Exactly.
Well,
I suppose you had to.
I sort of had to be here, really.
Yeah, you just.
Yes,
you'll be here tomorrow, I'm presuming.
Fine.
Right.
Fine. In that case, if everybody's happy, then she'll appear. We'll try. I say she'll appear as if I know how to make it work, but we'll try and get her to up on the big screen.
Teams.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Fine. Okay. Well, that was one of the things that I was going to raise myself. And I think I found just a second. Sorry. Because there were a few other things. Right. First thing is, I was a bit perturbed again. In that statement of common ground, that the addendum one for archaeology, it said something which made me a bit worried. And I'm hoping it doesn't. There's nothing that I need to be worried about. But it was talking. Hang on a minute. Just a minute. Oh yeah, paragraph 1.3, it said, the applicants and the County Council have prepared or are preparing statements of common ground in relation to the following topics: public rights of way, highways and transportation, and education, community infrastructure and waste. I'm very much hoping that there's nothing more coming in on those topics.
It's just repetition of previous text, so
Good.
strike that from your concerns.
Jolly good. Right, thank you. And nothing else on highways either, I hope.
No.
We're all agreed.
No,
Good,
nothing
Joe.
more on that.
Right, okay. So this, just a couple of things. First of all, don't forget that I asked for a site visit of the chalk pits. So, well, we're going to do that in the road one, or do we
Well,
decide?
it was mooted, but I
much.
think we decided it would be, and I
Yeah.
think it would be quite an intense, particularly because you're doing KS at the Kent Science Park
Yeah.
on the same day. So we need to identify another
Time to
slot.
do that.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, we can put that to one side for the moment.
Yeah, but no, it needs to be done.
Needs to be done.
Yeah.
If we have a spare few minutes.
I know, exactly. Well, you know, Friday might be opening up, mightn't it?
What, this Friday? This
Yeah,
Friday?
Yeah,
No.
He's joking.
yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. Yeah.
No, but it does
if
need...
it is this Friday, you can come as well.
Oh,
Mr.
thank you
Simon.
very much.
Anyway, right. Well, so we'll find a suitable time for that. So the other thing is, I just wanted to very quickly to discuss the timetable in week. What week is it? 10. Week 10, which is when we're doing the viability socio-economic. So I don't think someone's witness. Is it yours, Mr. Simons? Can't be, or is it somebody else's socio-economic witness? Whose is it? Sorry, your witness, Mr. Pereira. This is the one. Oh yes.
He's free on the 27th and on the 26th, but
That's no good because we're.
No, socio-economic's okay. Because these have been pushed into week 10. It's affordable housing.
It's affordable housing, isn't it? We're talking about.
oh, okay. I thought you were talking about week 9, week 10.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean socio-economic. Sorry.
I think what's happened is that socioeconomics was potentially going to be moved, and it's gone back to where it should be.
Yeah.
So there's no
That's
problem.
fine. But I'm talking about week 10, which is affordable
I
housing.
think I might know what you're talking about.
Right, and it's your witness.
I've only just found that out
Yeah.
as right this moment, but that apparently is true, which
Right, okay, so
presents a
she
challenge.
can't come on the 30th, but I'm hoping, well, she's going to be there on the 1st then, a Tuesday.
she'll be there on the... yes,
So-
that's correct.
If what we can do then is shift things around
Mm-hmm.
and we can have viability first. I don't know who's going to be involved in that, but we're going to have to do one or the other.
So you're quite right, of course. We will have a different witness for viability. So
Well, it was actually on for Monday afternoon anyway.
yes, it was. No, absolutely. Quite right. I
But
mean,
I've no idea how long these things
this
are
is
going to
one thing I
take.
was going to say. I mean, we've all mentioned this before, but until we get these proofs through, and indeed until we decide what's being done, you know, round table or not, very difficult to know whether viability. I mean, you know, today we've had a whole day on archaeology. Will viability be like that, or will it be longer? You know, so
Who's going to? So it's just the applicant and the 5 parishes. Nobody else. Or are you going to be involved in this?
Yeah, we are. So we're interested in this
So
topic.
you're
and
going
yeah.
to put a proof in as well.
We are.
So it could well be. I mean, it just depends on where the issues end up. It could be longer than a day, but it's so hard to say until we get the evidence exchanged.
I mean, viability is a horrible subject.
It's not always the easiest. But on the other hand, it just depends on what's outstanding. You know, if we could do it round table, that might be a way of.
Well,
but it
I'm
depends.
not sure.
No, I mean it depends. I'm not suggesting that'd be the right way of dealing with it until we've seen what the proofs actually say.
I'd like to see that first because I think I'd rather you dealt with it than me, possibly.
Of course, yeah. But
I'll
happy
reserve judgment.
to rearrange such that, you know, and I appreciate illustratively at the moment, viability kind of gets, we could swap it such that it comes before affordable housing, as it were.
But
And that would avoid that problem for now.
It would avoid that problem. So we could say affordable housing then on, and you know, again, is that going to be dealt with in a day?
Yeah, the same answer.
Yeah, and you're not involved in that, Mr. Young, I'm presuming.
No, unusually, no.
No, good. Yes, unusually, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's. I mean, whether that can be dealt with a round table, I don't know.
No, it's sort of same answer really. It could, but let's. We'll have to see.
Don't really know what it's going to.
We'll have
about.
to see.
And then we've got the section 106 on highways, haven't we?
We do.
And I mean, again, that's. Am I going to have all? I presume I'm going to have all the highway. Well, national highways and you, Mr. Young.
Yes.
Anyway, maybe the duchy probably as well. I would imagine.
Possibly.
Now I can't. You know, have we fixed Tuesday for that? Is everybody thinking they're going to be coming on Tuesday, or can we move into Wednesday?
So I was keen that we, you know, identify some time for viability in the timetable. So I'm glad to see that was there, and there was some discussion, I think, last time about the 2nd as well, in case that topic, you know, becomes bigger. It all depends what's agreed and disagreed.
But it's going to be the 30th now, Monday.
Yeah, so I can see on the version I've got, which is almost certainly the latest. I've got viability at the end of Monday, all day Tuesday. Tuesday with the section 106, and I agree with you that you might want that topic to go provisionally into Wednesday, and I've asked my witness to be available on Wednesday the 2nd on viability.
No. I'm sorry, this isn't the late. Well, it is the latest you've got, but
Yes.
it's not because, unfortunately, Miss Dickinson, who's the affordable housing lady,
Yes.
can't do Monday the 30th.
Yes. Well,
So what I'm saying is that we put viability up to, at the beginning of Monday, 9:30 on Monday. Oh no, sorry. We'll talk about when. But anyway, on Monday morning. And so we'll have all Monday for viability and maybe going into Tuesday if you think that might happen.
I completely agree. I mean, we've got the affordable there, but Ms. Dickinson isn't a surveyor. She's not a viability expert, and she is capable of going into the planning section, I would have thought, because she's a planner, unless I'm wrong about that. So I think the viability starting on Monday with the viability is the best way to do it. And it'll take the time it takes, and we'll get a better idea of that once we get the proofs of evidence.
I mean, I'm presuming, Mr. Simons, that you're going to have a viability person.
We are, yeah, that's right, we are.
So they might have to deal with, they're affordable housing in terms of viability.
They might have to deal with the viability side of it, yeah, they might. Yes.
And then Ms. Dickinson can deal with the affordable housing side, not to do with viability. I would think.
Yes. I mean that'll have to be the way it's done.
I mean, we don't know how long it's going to take, but what I was thinking maybe is that we do viability and roundtable highways on Monday and Tuesday, if that's possible, if we can get that done.
And there's obvious crossover because a topic of discussion is the highways. So to have that and be focused on highway section 106 costs, I think, is eminently sensible. And not to get distracted with the affordable housing, which I think in the main is planning evidence about, you know, the need for affordable housing.
But then we're going to be losing a day because we're going to have to move affordable housing to the Wednesday.
Is planning on that then?
Planning's on that.
I think we thought we could cut the planning down a little bit anyway.
We can cut the planning down, can we? Right, okay. So is that all right for everybody? But I would like everyone to be flexible, please. Given that we will do it in that order, perhaps we'll say we'll do it in that order, but you know, it might be that it's not going to take as long as.
Well, I suppose the key thing is as soon as we've got these, is it the 28th of May that was the final deadline for proofs? We will need all of us to get you very, very quick time estimates, and then also a discussion we'll need to have straight away. Really, is about what can be round tabled or not, and then time estimates for all of that.
Yeah, unless it's all right. No, that's fine. Yeah, is that all right?
So on viability, that I appreciate it's not a topic that everybody enjoys. It's
I don't mind, Mr. Young. I was being a bit flippant.
I thought you might be.
I really quite enjoy it.
Yeah, I know
I've
you
done
do.
quite a lot of it.
Yeah, I think that in some cases we end up looking at actual individual details about underground car parks and square footage and so on. I think at this level, it's much more about big ticket items. So I would certainly not envisage us descending to the detail of whether you're paying sill contributions on underground car parks. I think it's much more broad brush about the big ticket items, and I don't think it may be a roundtable session is best for that, but even if it isn't, and I understand why you say that, for us to pinpoint any areas of disagreement. We don't know, the extent of any disagreement yet. That will reveal in the proofs, and I don't think it will be going through every item. My sense of it, every item in terms of the costs, and what I mean by that is each individual square footage dispute. I've had that fun. Probably more often than I would have wished, but I don't think this case at this scale has that about it.
Mr. Bell? Well, are you happy with that order for a start?
Yes, madam, that order's fine. In respect of Mr. Young's comments, I take those on board, but I need to discuss them with the 5 parishes and their consultant.
As to how much detail you want to go into?
Madam.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Well, we haven't seen any of the evidence, have we? I mean, I've absolutely no idea what people are going to want to talk about yet. So we shall see, I think, Mr. Young, as to how much detail we have to go into or don't. Let's not put the cart before the horse, or the other way around. Anyway, anything else anyone wants to raise at this stage?
Just the 14th of May, we've got a session on the Section 106, but obviously not the highway contributions. So it just, for our purposes, because we're obviously very interested in that topic, we'd just like to understand everything that you want to discuss on that occasion, and including issues of SIL compliance, for example. Do you want that session to be literally everything apart from the Section 106 highway contributions?
I think so. I mean, just as much as we can, looking at basically, I want to look at the titles, first of all, and all the stuff at the beginning. There's a few bits and pieces I've picked up there, and then we'll look at all the schedules and the contributions and the obligations and the SIL compliance for everything but highways.
Well, that's very helpful.
Education, and
that's coming up next week, so it's very helpful because we need to get prepared and give you the documentation ahead of that session in light of your observations this morning.
Yeah, when are you going to get me that?
I think probably not tomorrow, but I think if I say Monday.
When am I going to prepare it, Mr. Young?
That's a good thing to discuss now, isn't it?
It is really, because it's on Tuesday, isn't it?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday. Exactly.
So I think...
you get it to me on Monday. I'm not really going to have any time to read it, am I?
Not even on Monday morning?
Well, I can on Monday morning. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
But it depends how long it is.
We'll try and make it pithy.
Okay, well, I have to do as best I can, won't I?
I'm just trying to be helpful about making sure, SIL compliance, for example, it's an important issue. Provide you with a document that's helpful to you, but not.
I think really, why can't you get it to me on Friday, so it can be sent to me by the programme officer on Friday afternoon.
Can I say we're going to do our best to get it to you on Friday?
Friday, please.
And I will try our very best.
Yes, well, please do. Right, okay, anything else? Right, I don't want to be disappointed again, Mr. Young.
No, I know you're an inspector, not to disappoint.
Thank you very much. On that happy note, we will reconvene tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you very much. I haven't written any of that down, so perhaps can we just have a quick chat? Oh yes. Sorry.